Test 1, 2.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test.
Hey guys in the back, switch in into the rooms. People come in and out the door, please. Switch over to the sides if you can. If not, come on up and come towards there. Thank you.
Well, we're honoring all of the, yeah, we're honoring all of the Rebbe's and the, Sue, I think I'm not sure the mechanics of it. Maybe I'll ask, I'm gonna go ask Pauline.
Yeah.
But if we move the public comment for everybody up, do I do one and then I make a motion to move the other one up?
Who do you want to be today? I know, really.
Yeah.
Because it's a separate line.
I do one and then I say, now I'd like to.
And they say, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so awesome that you have the bricks.
Love
Do we
it.
all get them now?
Yep.
I'm afraid. I'm actually afraid with 4 boys to actually have that.
You should be too.
Yeah.
But students with the most. Love it. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm gonna.
That's pretty awesome, actually. Whoa! That is amazing. See, that's why, you know, that's real.
That's a good one.
Pick it up, pick it up.
You're like, it's your last meeting. Poor guy like worked from home.
Steve, I have a few more if you want one.
Like he stayed home, and anytime he tried to talk to me, I was like, he was definitely enticed by the possibility of going up for drinks.
Well,
With the mortar falling apart, you can kind of see where the building is coming down.
Yeah.
Steve, I have a few more. I have a few more if you want them.
No, yeah, I'd love to get a break.
Yep.
But what's funny is the residue, so you can tell why, like,
Why the building was
Yeah.
falling apart?
yeah, the residue of what's going on with that.
So I confirmed with Sue, I just want to make sure I got it right. That we will, although we have sons are here.
they're out of my garden. So I'm not sure I could find them.
Agenda right now because
Sorry, we moved a couple things around anyways. It's mostly the
once
same
we're
way that
at
it
like
was.
your presentation or something,
Yeah, I take the time to. I did try to.
I
group
forgot to
things
bring it.
as best I could. I know. Sorry.
That's all right.
And then maybe after the sports teams, any of the kids from the moment.
Oh yeah.
People are welcome to stay,
The
but 'cause they're great
forensics
now.
kids may come late because they also were being honored by the civics.
Yeah.
Definitely got some not so friendly.
Yeah, I don't give up mine. There were some,
It's not going to be long.
yeah, and there were some right back there too, so, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll clear out. I'm sure.
Okay. Are we ready? Let's go.
I think so.
No, not in the least.
Where's Chris? Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's nice.
Vinnie, it's great to see the Mazzaro boys on the way in.
Where are they?
Oh, there you are.
They're right there.
Larry
Oh, I didn't notice that.
next to
Oh, I
the
see them
Tabaz
there.
boys.
Yeah, I got like,
Holy cow.
Oh, I completely missed the Tabaz boys. How did I miss them?
yeah.
And as Leah said to me, it's a gaggle of not too tall athletes.
I've got my 6 grandchildren.
Well, you know, I blame my 5'4" father, and I point at him every time when I look
That
at him.
didn't hold
No,
them
they
back
would
in
be, they'd be going crazy.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, Chris, I think we're.
Other way I'd like to call the business meeting of June 15th, 2022 to order. Would everybody please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Sue, can we have a reiteration of the executive session motions?
Yes, the board met in executive session to discuss the employment history of a particular person or persons and the record of a particular student or students.
Thank you. Welcome to the last school board meeting of the year. It's nice to have a full house.
Tonight we'll be honoring some outstanding students for their incredible achievements in science research, forensic speech, and rugby. Yes, we have another state championship team to celebrate. In addition to Dr. Champ's presentation on the progress of the strategic plan goals, we will have the chance to honor 3 amazing outgoing trustees for their admirable service to our district. What a year it's been. In many ways, this year has felt the most challenging of all those impacted by the pandemic. We started the year with great hope and many plans that a normal year would be in store for us. Thousands of quarantines, saliva tests, and 3 variants later, it is clear that COVID had a stronger grip on us than we had hoped. Nevertheless, we remained steadfast in prioritizing the highest quality full-time person education possible for all Pelham students. This year, we've enjoyed the option to unmask, the full return of school plays, concerts, proms, ceremonies, field trips, conferences, board coffees, and graduations. It feels good to be back in action, seeing people again, and celebrating our students and our school communities in a much-deserved way. Despite the challenges and continued uncertainty of the year, we have accomplished so much, and our students have flourished. I'm overwhelmed this year as we reflect back on the successes of this year and feel pride in the way in which our schools continue to be on the map. Pelham schools were back with a bang this year. In addition to the students that we are celebrating this evening, I won't go into detail because there's a special portion of the meeting for that. There are many accomplishments to note. We started out the year by opening a new state-of-the-art elementary school on budget and on time. As I said, we have 2 state championship athletic teams. The Pell-Mell achieved the highest award in its history at the Columbia University Scholastic Press Association Awards. I have a long list of accomplishments. I love the cheers, but at the same time, you can. What'd you say?
Do the Pelham clap.
We could do the Pelham clap. It's almost graduation time, so that's good. Our seniors have knocked it out of the park with college admissions acceptances. 7 seniors are going to Ivy League schools, and students were accepted to amazing schools around the country and the world. And as a former school counselor, I have never heard of so many kids going to Michigan, there's 11 of them, from one graduating class in the state of New York. Never heard of that. Our high school, which was ranked in the top 2% of public and private high schools across the nation in the J. Matthews Challenge Index, also celebrated its centennial year. We have a National Merit finalist, an academic All-American in lacrosse, and of course there's Kate Douglas, our alumna from the high school, who is now a national championship swimmer and Olympic medal winner. Speaking of the Olympics, our high school enjoyed the full return of its cherished tradition of the Dr. Charles T. Wilson Olympics. Love those costumes last week. A freshman won the Roger Rees Award for Best Actor, which is the same award that the lead in Dear Evan Hansen won before he hit Broadway. Now, on to the middle school. PMS received the No Place for Hate Gold Star for the 3rd year in a row. There were author visits from several prominent authors, including Rosalind Wiseman. E&L students had the chance to create graphic novels. Pelham Together assisted in sponsoring skate nights and a movie night. Community projects continue to be a resounding success and had a real focus on giving back to the Pelham community. Through these projects, 8th graders visited the elementary schools to teach about the environment, animal welfare, and some created a video for the 5th grade students to help with the transition to middle school. Speaking of which, our usual transition planning for next year's 6th graders returned with an in-person visit to the middle school, tours from student ambassadors, and a successful field day across all 4 elementary schools. The year ended with field trips to Boundless Adventure and the 8th grade dinner dance last Friday. And finally, at the elementary level, a community-wide partnership led by the Science Department and the Junior League of Pelham brought a wide variety of STEM programming to our elementary schools through the book, The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind. STEAM Day events were held across all the district schools. Each PTA organized cultural arts programming throughout our elementary schools to support the strategic work of the district. Hutchinson celebrated many firsts in its new state-of-the-art school and hosted its Hallmark International Day event in person again. At Siwanoy, in addition to the highly anticipated return of things such as intramurals and the Spring Fling, they hosted their first Culture Fest. I hear Mrs. Muro's class was one of 5 winners of the Scholastic News Edition 4 A Kindness in the Classroom Award. Prospect had a return of their cherished talent show and had yet again another successful wax museum event. Colonial opened its outdoor classroom. The beloved Heidi Carey in-residence architecture program returned to our kindergarten and first grades. The return of Pasta Night was a big hit. And I have to note, Mrs. Salerno's 5th grade was the second class in Pelham School history to successfully untangle the maypole at the dance celebration last week. This is a very long way of saying there's lots to be proud about in our Pelham schools. We remain so grateful to our teachers, administrators, and other staff. So many of these accomplishments wouldn't be possible without each of you. Okay. So now we're moving on to section 3, which is an approval of the minutes. I'd like to take a consent of 3.1 and 3.2, which is approval of the special meeting of June 9th and the business meeting of June 1st. Do I have a motion? Thank you. Do I have a second? Thanks, Vinnie. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, next brings us to our administrative and committee reports, and we're going to start with the recognition of our science research students. Do you want them to come up?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So this is the fun part of the meeting that I get to enjoy. So great to see so many smiling faces here tonight and have so much to celebrate. Jessica, thank you for that thorough list. I think you cut probably a half hour off my presentation, so thank you. I think we're all
that's good.
appreciative. But tonight we're really excited to honor students from 3 distinct programs and groups. So we're going to get started first with those students who are here representing success in our science research program. First off, for the Regeneron Science Talent Search semifinalists. The Regeneron Science Talent Search started in 1942 as Westinghouse Science Talent Search. The Regeneron Talent Search recognizes and empowers our nation's most promising young scientists who are developing ideas that could solve society's most urgent challenges. Each year, nearly 1,900 students enter the Regeneron competition, submitting original research in critically important scientific fields of study. Unique among high school competitions, the Regeneron STS focuses on identifying, inspiring, and engaging the most promising scientists among the nation's high school seniors. This year, we are proud to have 2 semifinalists. Congratulations to Andrew Kelly and Ann Liu. Next, another Regeneron competition, the Regeneron International Science and Engineering Fair. I believe, and Dr. Callahan will tell me if I'm wrong, the Science Fair film that was at the Picture House a couple years ago, that event is the event that these students achieved and made their way to this year on behalf of the Pelham Public Schools. The Regeneron ISEF competition, International Science and Engineering Fair, is the world's largest global high school competition. In total, it awards valued at nearly $8 million were awarded to finalists who were evaluated based on their project's creativity, innovation, and level of scientific inquiry. The competition featured 1,750 young scientists representing 49 states and 63 countries, regions, and territories across the world. We are proud and honored to have not just 1, not just 2, but 3 Pelham Memorial High School students selected as finalists in this competition. Congratulations to Julie Meyerson, Olivia Pollack, and Leah Sherbansky. one more honoree tonight from our Science Research Department amongst our students. And that is the National Junior Science and Humanities Symposium. This year, we were thrilled, this is one of the highest achievements, to have a winner in the environmental science category. Unfortunately, she can't be with us tonight, but she's still worthy of a huge round of applause. That goes to Olivia Pollock for the developing and assessing fucrose-based water-soluble bioplastics. Congratulations, Olivia. Couple more science notables to present. I think we all know that students don't always get where they get on their own. They get there with great mentorship, teaching, friendship, and leadership. So tonight, I am pleased to present 4 awards to faculty who have been a critical part of our science research program for providing exceptional support to the PMHS Science Research Program. Those 3 first go to Ms. Maria Buckley, Steve Beltekis, and Mr. Joe DeBello. And they wouldn't be here without their fine leader, who's going to be embarrassed, but I'm going to give him a certificate anyways. For exceptional leadership in the PMHS Science Research Program, Dr. Tom Callison. Callahan, our Director of Math and Science. I believe our forensic speech honorees are not here yet, so we're going to hold off there. Move to the other big event of the evening that's got lots and lots of folks here. We are really pleased and honored tonight to honor, as was already said, our another state championship team. Thank you so much for being here tonight, our rugby team. Coach, I'm going to invite you and the whole team to come on up. Congratulations to our varsity rugby folks. All right, I'm going to ask, we're going to have the guys come on all up. Yeah, I'm going to ask Eric to just say a few words on behalf of the team and their incredible accomplishments, and then I will give your coach the certificates to pass out. Okay, and if Coach, if you want to say anything as well, you're more than welcome to. So, Eric.
Well, thank you guys so much for having us. It's a real honor. Just, I don't know. We had a good season. Pretty nice. I got to know a lot of these guys a lot more. It was a lot of fun, and just go Pelham rugby. Yeah.
All right. Thank you all so much. You make us proud. Have a great night. You're certainly welcome to go on with your studies for exams and whatever else you'd like to do. Thanks for coming tonight.
We'll hold on the forensic. Okay. We have a full house, so I mean, I'd love to have the rugby team and the science research students stay if you would love, but it's going to be a long meeting, so feel free to go home and study for your exams. We give you permission.
I do have one more. Here, here you go. I did have one more recognition I wanted to make. Sure.
Oh, sure.
Just want to make one more quick recognition tonight. I know there's a lot of folks are retiring. This is their last meeting. I thought this was her last meeting about 4 years ago, and then she came back for a couple weeks, and then she came back to finish out the rest of the year. So I didn't want tonight to go by without recognizing the incredible work, loyalty, faithfulness of Mrs. Rosemary Matthews. Her love for the Pelham schools is what brought her back, and we couldn't have gotten to June, the end of June without you. So thank you, Rosemary.
This means you get to really retire. Okay, next brings us to another important item of the evening. Thank you to John Bryce's wife for coming back to a second meeting when we're actually going to recognize our board members, John Bryce, Vincent Mazzaro, and Leah Tabaz. So. We have so much of their family here, so thank you for coming. So I'll try and do all this without getting emotional because I love all of you guys so much, I really do. It's an honor to celebrate the board service of John Bryce, Vinnie Mazzaro, and Leah Tabaz. As a trio, you are the dream team, and you have modeled the integrity, ethics, and trust which is traditionally expected of board members. You have each brought diverse perspectives and differing career backgrounds to the table. And most importantly, you've brought an open mind, a desire to learn, and a willingness to set many of your professional and personal priorities aside to serve our district and our students. After all, our students are why we're here, right? Together, we endured the most challenging time in public education in history, and consequently, we've had to navigate factors way bigger than any of us sitting here at the table, and certainly way bigger than Pelham or our schools. Nevertheless, you helped us stay focused on the long view, on what's best for all of Pelham's students, and the greater good of our community and our community's reputation. I know that some days it isn't easy to be in these seats, and the divisiveness in our community is unrecognizable to many of us who have lived here for a long time. Nevertheless, you have always risen to the responsibilities of what you were elected to do, and you maintained a genuine commitment to the betterment of our schools. Throughout the uncertain days of these last few years, I've found myself referring back to this book. I've lent it out to some board candidates over the years, too. This is what I was given in my initial board training. The principles have helped anchor me to what initially drew me to board service and to what it means to truly be a school board member. As I flipped through the pages again last night, I couldn't help but see each of you in the key elements of effective board service described throughout these pages. Board service is an arc of learning. It requires patience, a willingness to learn, a reservation of judgment, and it relies on institutional knowledge to remain high-functioning. As soon I wind down 4 years serving in board leadership roles and look forward to our last year of board service and working collaboratively with our new board colleagues, we are especially grateful for each of you and for all you brought to our board over the last few years. Your presence on this board will certainly be missed. So now, I did the sappy part. This is often a bit of a roast.
I get to do the part, no, I'm definitely not going to roast anyone, but I get to do the part that's a little bit more fun. So there's also a tradition of giving gifts. You know, they're not serious gifts. There is a serious gift waiting that comes to every board member that I will let Dr. Champ do, and some Pelham swag, I believe. But we just wanted to leave you with a little bit of something that you could put on your shelf or perhaps wear, I don't know, whatever you might decide you want to do with it.
Hutchinson brick.
Along with a Hutchinson brick. So I'll start with John, because you're closest to me. So, because as Jess said,
Or the oldest.
well, I didn't say that.
You did. Yeah,
But-
it says it.
So the way that we honored our athletes and our science research students tonight, we felt that you all deserved a trophy. So I'm going to start with John's.
Trophy. Nice.
The creativity this year came solely
So
from
John, you have a trophy, and it says John Bryce, the comeback kid. So I personally cannot thank you enough for choosing to come back to board service. So in your prior role, you've served for 9 years. That is exceptional unto itself. So the fact that you have chosen to come back, that you've given us your guidance, your leadership, I really honestly can't thank you enough. So we have sat on multiple committees together, too many to count, finance, facilities, bond steering, and so you have given us so much. We're going to read a proclamation that lists all the many things that you have done. But I have one more gift, which is, to recognize your incredible leadership on the bond projects. So just so you don't forget us.
And we won't forget you with that color.
This is for you.
Oh, that is so good. That is no number on the back.
Should we make him wear it
No,
for the rest
there's
of
no
the
number on the back,
Should he have to wear it for the rest of the meeting?
but you have to wear it for the rest of the meeting. So that is the rule. It is personalized with a Pelham logo in the front. Very, very non-professionally done
Yeah.
by me.
Okay.
Very good. Excellent.
Zip it.
Zip it.
As I said, there's more to come. So I will move to Vinnie now. We have also sat on many committees together. And your trophy, it was kind of difficult. I went back and forth between multiple things. But what I ultimately came down to is Vinnie Mazzaro, the sports guy. So I think you've represented so many different facets of this community. You have given so many years of service across many different organizations before you came to board service. Again, I personally appreciate your willingness to step up when we were looking to fill a short-term position. And then running again, which I know I kind of twisted your arm, but I really, you have been an exceptional board member and a really good representative of our Pelham sports community. So, to Vinnie Mazzaro. Yeah. But we couldn't just leave it at that. Because you wear multiple hats, right, as everyone on this board does. So I did want to break this on my way over, so I'm going to unwrap it. So to recognize all your work and leadership on the audit committee, this is a rocks glass that says, "Be audit you can be." So the next time you're having a drink, you can think of all of the hours that you put together, that you spent with Jim Rickey, you spent with many other of us board members who served on the audit committee, and you can raise a glass in our honor.
Fair enough.
You're so welcome. And last but not least, Leah. We also went back and forth about what to put on this because there were a number of things that we could have said. So I really appreciate all the roles that you have played, and these just represent two of them. So when it came down to it, your trophy really had to say, Leah Tabaz, the policy queen.
No doubt.
The policy committee took kind of a backseat to a lot of the bond work that we were doing in the course of a couple of years. So Leah really reinvigorated that community, got us focused again on policy. We've made enormous progress, and policy is one of the most important things that board members can do, and it's one of our major responsibilities. So you have given so much to that position, and you are really responsible for a lot of that improvement that we've had. So thank you so much. We also all appreciate, and I especially appreciate, all your work on the Wellness Committee and your positivity that you have given very consistently, regardless of how difficult things get. You're always a calming voice. You're always a rational person to have a conversation with. You help us think through issues all the time, whether it's here, in public, in executive session, one-on-one, whatever it may be. So, given your work on the Wellness Committee and all the positive words that you've given to other people, we have for you a jar of smiles, which has inside multiple messages on success and inspiration, a quote for every day of the month. So you can, use them all in 1 month. You can dole them out over time, whatever makes the most sense. But thank you so much for all of your work.
official part. Thank you. Superwoman will do the proclamations.
I'm coming up too.
This is the official part.
I have no idea what
Okay, I'll wait.
she's doing there.
Okay. I'm going to read John's proclamation, parting gift. You already have one of these.
I believe I do.
You only have one of these, though, right?
I believe so.
I feel like, do you have the record for the number of years that you've been on the board in town now?
Yes, as far as I know. I beat
Okay.
Will by 1 year.
Okay. That'll be one of those
He's never
records
forgiven
that
me
likely
for
will
that.
never be broken. And I think you have a record for the most plaques around town that your name's on. So I'm not holding any grudges on that one,
Yeah.
but.
A few.
Whereas the Pelham Board of Education recognizes Mr. John Bryce, Board of Education trustee from 2018 to 2022 and 2001 to 2010 for his four most recent years of dedication service on behalf of Pelham students and countless hours of hard work. And whereas Mr. Bryce ended his 8-year retirement from the Board of Education to fill a 1-year vacancy on the Board of Education in 2018 and rediscovered his passion for board service, is that accurate? Prompting him to run for a 3-year term the following year. And whereas Mr. Bryce's expertise as an architect, as well as his years of service to the Pelham community, were essential in overseeing implementation of the 2018 capital improvement bond projects, including the construction of a new Hutchinson School, creation of synthetic turf field at Glover Complex, an addition at Prospect Hill School, and renovations and masonry restoration at PMHS. And whereas in his second stint on the board, Mr. Bryce served on the advocacy and community engagement, facilities use safety and conditions oversight, social emotional wellness, and networks of support oversight, audit and finance committees, and also chaired the facilities, fields, and bond steering committees. And whereas Mr. Bryce served as the board liaison to Pelham Memorial High School and Pelham Together. And whereas during his time on the board, Mr. Bryce has been an independent thinker who has been committed to working for the betterment of all students, for the district, and the Pelham community. And whereas Mr. Bryce's knowledge of the district's history and incredible perspective have proven invaluable over the past 4 years. Be it therefore resolved that the Pelham Board of Education, on behalf of the students, administrators, and teachers, and Pelham residents, hereby expresses its gratitude to Mr. Bryce. And although we will miss his expertise, candor, sense of humor, and focus on doing everything possible to further the district's mission of inspiring a standard of excellence for all students, we wish Mr. Bryce the best of luck in his next chapter. You get some swag in addition to your fancy yellow jacket. And a bell. So when your grandchildren, you want to call them in for dinner, you can ring the bell.
Oh, the bell. I have another bell.
I know, we all know you have a collection, you know.
Well, I'll have to take this.
You want to make sure if it's still as good as the other one? Do you need
Never
help?
mind.
Okay.
I know what it looks like. Oh, thank you.
Oh, I love that. I'm kind of jealous of that.
Oh, wait, this is the one that, who's wearing one of these?
Steve had something.
Steve had one. Yeah.
No.
No, it doesn't say the cross. It's okay.
Yours is from the last one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. You can say something, anybody at the table.
Loss.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much for this. It's an honor. I really want to thank, there's one person in this room that has to be thanked, because when I said, you know, maybe I should get back on the board to help out for this 1 year, it was like, well, so I asked my wife, I said, what do you think? And she goes, well, what else are you doing on Wednesday nights? So, and then when I decided to run again, I asked her, and she said, we still don't have anything to do on Wednesday nights. So, Yvonne, would you please stand up? Please. I definitely would not be here without her. So thank you all very much. Thank you, fellow board members. I'm going to miss you. My voice will be heard. So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you want anybody else at the table, or should we keep going? Okay, let's keep going. Okay. You want to do one?
Yeah, sure. Way too high, way too high. Okay, resolution for Vincent Mazzaro. Can you hear me? Is everyone hear me? Yeah. Okay. Whereas the Pelham Board of Education recognizes Mr. Vincent Mazzaro, Board of Education trustee from 2018 to 2022, for his 4 years of service to the Pelham Public Schools and the Pelham community, and whereas Mr. Mazzaro decided to build upon his many years of service to the Pelham community when he applied to fill a vacancy on the Board of Education in 2018 and was subsequently elected to a full 3-year term. And whereas Mr. Mazzaro's financial acumen and skill set were essential to the Board of Education and evident through his work on the Finance Committee and as chair of the Audit Committee. And whereas Mr. Mazzaro also lent his expertise to the board's Social Emotional Wellness and Networks of Support Oversight Committee, the Facilities and Fields Committee, and the COVID Oversight Committee. And whereas Mr. Mazzaro served as the board's liaison to Pelham Middle School and Colonial School during his tenure, and whereas during Mr. Mazzaro's time on the board, he has drawn upon his personal connection to the athletic and special education communities and been a fierce advocate for all students. And whereas Mr. Mazzaro exemplified class and respect as a Board of Education member and worked collaboratively with his fellow trustees on behalf of Pelham students. Be it therefore resolved that the Pelham Board of Education, on behalf of the students, administrations, teachers, and Pelham residents, hereby express its gratitude to Mr. Mazzaro. And although we will miss the diverse opinions and perspectives he brought to the Board of Education and his wealth of experience as a parent and community volunteer, we wish him the best of luck and know that his service to the Pelham community will continue.
More swag.
Probably don't need one of those, but you get one.
First of all, thank you all for coming. It's been an interesting 4 years. I came on 4 years ago to be that guy that filled a couple of gaps. We had lost a couple of people, so we needed an audit guy, accounting guy, and we needed a sports guy. Well, those are two areas that I did a pretty good job in over my life. Having coached for 15 years, having been the Rec Commission chairman for 6 years after that, it was a perfect fit. I had built, with Joe Salamini, who I see right here, had built Glover Field, and we were in need of a new field. So we segued right into that, and now we have this spectacular field that all of our athletes utilize right now. So proud of it. Every time I go on it, every time my family's at it, it just brings the emotions up. In terms of this board, it's been a great ride. The academics, I came in, my wife did most of the academics at the house. 4 of my 5 children are here right now. She did everything. She'd come home, and I'd say, okay, what was the meeting about? And she'd tell me, and I'd say, okay, great. But the reality is that I had a lot to learn. My hill was steep, and I think by the 4th year, I think when I'm graduating, or I finally got there. So I'm pretty proud of myself from that perspective. But that being said, great group. I have learned a lot from each one of you. I've worked, hopefully shown my skill sets to you all because you all showed your skill sets to me. And I'm eternally grateful for that. I'm excited about the fact that we have 3 new people coming in. I think they're going to do a great job. And hopefully they'll work collaboratively with our remaining members, with our leadership at the school. And I'm just really looking forward to this school continuing to go in an upward trend. Thank you.
Beautiful. did a better speech. You did a good speech. No, not as good as his.
And our final honoree, back up so you can get photos from the family. Whereas the Pelham Board of Education recognizes Ms. Leah Tabaz, Board of Education trustee from 2019 to 2022, for her 3 years of service to the Pelham Public Schools and the Pelham community. And whereas Ms. Tabaz has demonstrated a commitment to service in the Pelham Public Schools, having served as president of the Pelham Council of PTAs before running for Board of Education in 2019. And whereas Ms. Tabaz's attention to detail, background as an attorney, and experience as a parent have been an incredible asset to the board through her work as chair of the Policy, Monitoring, and Governance Committee, where she has helped to write and reshape countless Board of Education and district policies. And whereas Ms. Tabaz has also been a member of the district's Wellness, Safety, Authentic Learning, and Curriculum Committees. Whereas Ms. Tabaz served as the board's liaison to Prospect Hill and attended many PTA council meetings as a representative of the board. And whereas Ms. Tabaz has been a champion of the district's strategic plan goal of supporting the whole child and has been integral in advancing the district's efforts around wellness and mental health through both her work on the Board of Education and in partnership with Pelham Together. And whereas Ms. Tabaz has been an incredible supporter of Pelham's students and been a visible presence at countless events and activities across the district. Be it therefore resolved that the Pelham Board of Education, on behalf of the students, administrators, teachers, and Pelham residents, hereby expresses its gratitude to Ms. Tabaz. And although we will miss her steadfast commitment to the Pelham Public Schools, her skills as a consensus builder, and her ability to grasp, explain, and solve complex problems, we wish her the best of luck in her next chapter serving the Pelham community. Thank you, Leah.
So I wasn't expecting to say anything, so I'm going to say very little. I want to thank the community for your continued participation in everything related to our school district. We're here to serve our students, and without the participation of the community, we couldn't do that. So thank you. Continue asking questions. Ask a question, you'll get an answer. And I also wanted to thank the amazing staff and administration of all of our schools. It has been one of the best things about serving on the board and being a parent in this community is developing relationships. I see some of the people who I've gotten to know over the years here. Thank you very much for your dedication to our students. And I also wanted to thank my fellow board members. I wouldn't say that this has been fun, but it has been a learning experience like none other that I've had in my life. And I would do it again in a heartbeat. So thank you all very much, and congratulations to the 3 new board members. I've enjoyed getting to know you a little bit. I think you're all going to be fantastic. I'm around, so call anytime if you have a question. So thank you.
Thank you. So I don't know if anybody else at the table wants to say anything, and we have a separate public comment for the agenda, but if there may be people in the audience who came just to offer well wishes. So we'll start at the table, and then if there's anybody who wanted to offer some congratulations from the audience. Anybody?
Well, I'd just like to say thank you to John, Vinnie, and Leah. You know, having served now my first year, I know now even better many of the challenges of serving, and no matter what disagreements, I think fundamentally we are all deeply committed to what is best for our students and our staff, and as long as we operate on that basis, I think we can do great things together. So thank you for your service.
You're like, I guess I'll go. We can't leave you
and
out.
I've got a big mouth. So
We all looked at you.
I'll say I've really valued John's institutional knowledge, and I remember I think when we did our facility tour, I took note at the plaques and saw, the legacy that you're leaving behind. So I hope that I can call you in the future and tap into that institutional knowledge.
Absolutely.
And I just want to say you've been a calming presence sitting next to me, and I'll remember unfinished business. You're leaving a huge legacy with the athletic programs, and you've consistently been a voice advocating for special education students, and I think that's really special. I've had a lot of fun getting to know you, Leah. I feel like we've always gotten along. I have grown to really respect and like you. And I think you are leaving a huge legacy at your advocacy for wellness and the whole child. And that's something that I think our whole district can be proud of, and you've left your mark.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I jump in real quick, too?
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
we didn't, sorry.
It's all right.
You read the proclamation.
Yes. No, just quick, and it's probably repetitive in a lot of ways, but I would be remiss if I didn't thank each of you for the special piece that you brought to the board. John, the maturity and experience that you brought to this role, I think was just incredible through some very challenging times. Your past experience of board leadership, it was great to watch you be a support, to not step on toes, but to always be there, and to guide from the side. I appreciate your perspective, your history, your expertise, and for someone who isn't an educator, you have a clear understanding. Yep. For someone who isn't an educator, you have a very clear understanding of education, and that came through in everything you did. You have a clear moral compass, independent thinker, and I've appreciated every minute of you being on the board. I remember you coming into my office and contemplating whether this was something you wanted to do after Tom's departure from the board. And inside, in my head, I was screaming, yes, please, please, please. And I'm so glad and thankful that you did.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Vinnie, true gentleman. The integrity that you always do everything with is something I respect incredibly. You just have a sense of decency about you that it makes you a wonderful person to work with. Even when people are on different sides of an issue, you're a decent human being who comes in a sense of boardsmanship, representation, of goodwill, and always with the best of intentions. And I've always appreciated that. You speak your mind, but you've always been someone who's found consensus whenever you could. You tried every way you could to do it, and I very much appreciate that, respect that, and will miss that from you.
Thank you.
So thank you. And Leah, a true heart for students and for schools. I think our first work together was on PTA Council. And I still remember our first time together was Leah taking me to the Gourmet Express Deli, showing me the best place to get lunch in the entire community. And those conversations were very just valued then and valued now. And hopefully we can have some more lunches there. Service-minded, consensus seeker at all times. You have, hate to say it, I know it wasn't your favorite, but a clear understanding of policy, which was just critical, and understanding the regulations and rules in which we had to function, but always looking for the way to make sure that they were, whatever control we did have over those, we did that to the, in the best interest of students and staff, and shape them in a way that we could support. You're a caretaker of all of us. You're honest, genuine, and kind, and I will very much miss working with you, so thank you so much.
Is there anybody who came specifically to offer a comment about our outgoing trustees? Eileen? Okay.
I don't see, I know Will Kavanaugh had wanted to come, but I don't see him.
I don't see him here.
Thank you. I'm Eileen Miller, and I just wanted to say a few words about my previously fellow board members as they launched back into their previous lives. Vinnie, John, and Leah, thank you so much for your board service over these last few years. I don't want to reiterate again all of the massive accomplishments that you've had, so I'll just summarize. John built a school. Awesome. Vinnie made sure we didn't run out of money. And Leah kept the students at the heart of it all. So those are incredible things. And together, before, we awarded tenure to our excellent teachers. We celebrated retirees for decades of service. We heard directly from students about issues affecting them and then followed up with important changes. We also disagreed respectfully. We collaborated and came up with effective solutions for real problems like the pandemic. It was a professional environment, but also very welcoming and friendly. Back in the day when we could do things like this, we shared meals in conference rooms, we had birthday cakes for Jess Young, and we mixed the tough discussions with genuine enjoyment of each other's company. So please be proud of your work, enjoy your Wednesday nights, and I've said this before to many of the people here, in times like these, when who you associate with says a lot about who you are, I'm honored to have been part of your team. So thank you.
Thank you, Eileen.
Well, Kavanaugh's not here.
Yeah, no, I don't see him.
Did anybody else come for the trustees? Okay.
Okay, maybe take a pause for pictures.
Oh, yes,
We got
we'll
some
take a quick
families.
pause for pictures of the families.
It's like a 5-minute break.
Like a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back.
5-minute break.
Okay.
3 minutes. So we can start recording again. We're live, so if everybody doesn't mind taking a seat or leaving if you're planning on leaving. So Mr. Beck is here, correct?
One more student honoree for tonight. These gentlemen, we're two different appearances to make tonight, so we're thrilled that timing worked out for them to be here. I don't know, Mr. Beck, if you wanted to make any comments as well, but I was going to introduce these two events that students are being honored for. We've got 2 of 3 students that we were expecting, and certainly one is not able to be here. Got it. Okay, so I will start with mine. We'll invite Mr. Beck to add anything, should he like. Very exciting, again, with the theme of the year, the incredible achievements of our students this year at the high school in particular. This year in forensic speech, we again achieved levels that I think were not achieved in our school before in the history of the program. So over the Memorial Day weekend, 5 Pelham Memorial High School students represented New York State at the Grand National Forensic Speech Championship in Washington, D.C. Due to their efforts, New York State won first place. And special congratulations for that event go to these gentlemen, Oliver Tam and Aiden Zusin, for placing 30th overall. Okay. And he couldn't be here tonight, but we're also recognizing Isaac Leaf, who won the National Speech and Debate Association Tournament of Champions. He placed 5th overall in congressional debate at the national level. Congratulations to him.
It's great. I wanted to thank Dr. Champ and Mr. Berkowitz. My mask. Mr. Berkowitz and the Board of Ed for supporting the forensic speech program. What's great about this year, too, is Oliver and Aiden were the state champions in duo interpretation, doing a selection from Mel Brooks' The Producers. So they really brought it to life, as you could probably imagine. And we had not had a state champion from Pelham since 2011, with Omar Gouda being our last one. Why it's remarkable for New York is every week we're going against the nationally ranked schools. So those would be Regis, Bronx High School of Science, Scarsdale High School, Convent of the Sacred Heart. And that's who we're going against every week. So when we go to the national level, it's hilarious. It's like, oh, it's the same people again. But what I think is remarkable about these two is they did it online for most of their career, and then were able to adjust to go in person for the state and nationals, which is quite an accomplishment. But again, when I first started here, years ago, Dr. Wilson and Dr. Loro both were happy that I would bring a team here, because I had great success at my former school at Loyola in the city. And I'm very happy to see how this has flourished and how our students are being recognized nationally. So thank you very much, Pelham.
Okay, we're just going to finish section 4 in our superintendent's report, and then after section 4, we're going to have public comment on items that appear on the agenda. But first, we have Dr. Chant's superintendent report.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's been really an exciting night, and hopefully that will actually expedite some of our presentation tonight. It's always exciting to get to the year end and to be able to celebrate the accomplishments of our district, to highlight the work of our teachers and our administrators throughout the year that have advanced our work towards our strategic plan. Do we have to turn the switch on, Chris? I can do the keyboard. Yeah, I can just do the keyboard. I'll do keyboard. That's fine. That's okay. Thank you. So the board is aware these the goals that we set back in August of last year. And what I want to do is just walk us through each of these and highlight some of the important work that's been accomplished over the course of the year. starting with our first goal to prioritize the highest quality full-time in-person education for Pelham students. The three top bullets here are something I think we all were very familiar with throughout the year: implementing DOH guidance relative to mitigation strategies, limiting our school facilities use to balance the provision of programs with health and safety so that our custodians could have the time to really concentrate on cleaning, and implementing a COVID testing program to monitor COVID throughout the schools. You'll remember employees who were not vaccinated were required to test on a weekly basis, so we are still doing that. That mandate expires at the end of the month. So we're really happy to work with the Department of Health through Westchester County for that program, and we're successfully able to do that. And I think we had on average about 300 students, individuals within the system on a weekly basis. Additionally, probably the more substantive items, student supports was one big area that we focused on this year. And as the board is aware, using federal funds, we brought in additional psychologists at our elementary and secondary levels to provide more support. We didn't know what issues students would be presenting with, but we knew that they would be presenting with something. So more hands to do the work, and that was really effective and very helpful in our buildings. At the elementary level, we were able to implement the Fly 5 social emotional curriculum to help students learn language to process and deal with emotions, and it was built right into the schedule, so we were able to effectively and consistently, systemically deliver that to our students across the 4 buildings. We continued our work and training with dialectical behavior therapy at the secondary level. Also, the board will remember the work sessions that were done earlier in the year on transition supports and the MTSS process. So these are hyperlinks in the PowerPoint that was sent to the board earlier if you wanted to remind yourself of those presentations. So I look to Dr. Garcia, to Ms. Matthews, Julia Chung when she was here, Dr. Loro, and so many of our wonderful faculty, principals, administrators, teachers who came forward, took the time, and were part of those work sessions. The work that they shared then, I think, was critical and remained ongoing throughout the remainder of the year. Additionally, as the board knows, we also, using federal funds, brought in additional interventionists to help as we strengthened our professional development and learning and use of the MTS process that gave us additional hands to do the work. It was really exciting for me the last couple of weeks as I go around and do observations of the principals. I got to sit in on a number of MTSS data meetings, class placement lists, very top secret. It's almost like the NFL draft. To see their use of data was really, truly incredible. And to hear them talk about how students had been entered into interventions and exited, who's going to be starting in interventions in the fall versus who's just keep an eye on. They've really done so well that they're able to be exited. So to see that MTSS process in action was really quite impressive. Additionally, one other item that we did add this year, just as a reminder, at the high school level, we worked within current staffing to create a learning lab situation, and that is really where any students needing intervention, we had a place where they could go with a small student-teacher ratio. If they needed help, they would be able, if they could fit it into their schedule, to dip in there and get some additional supports, and that was new for us at the high school. Looking to high-quality professional development, another piece of this first goal. This is just a sampling of the professional development that was done this year, but it anchors in all of the different initiatives that we've been working on throughout the strategic plan, including our responsive classroom. We trained our 3rd cohort. Our 4th cohort is scheduled to be trained next year. Teachers College workshop model, both reading and writing. We've continued with coaching in that area. We brought back some of our math and focus training. Now that we're back in the classrooms full time, we wanted to get back to that real hands-on manipulative approach to math. So to renew our familiarity with those pedagogical approaches was really important for this year. We also expanded Science 21 to grade 4. And that was really important. There was lots of butterflies that developed this spring as one of the fun things I got to see in visiting schools as well. Continuing work with Facing History and Ourselves, technology integration through the use of Alicia Del Mastro, who's just been incredible support to our teachers, getting in and really creating innovative and exciting instruction for our students and working with teachers side by side on planning and implementation. As I said before, continuing with MTSS and DBT training. At the middle school level, this was the year to do the work to do our reauthorization application for the IB middle years program. So that has been submitted, and we're waiting to hear the outcome of that. Additionally, throughout the year, as we have for the last number of years, we've had our professional learning communities. We tried a early release model this year so that we could tap into the after-school meeting time that we're able to have with our faculty. We found that to be very productive. It was a really solid chunk of time. So again, linked in here is just some of the initial feedback from the teachers on their work. And throughout the year, through Dr. Garcia's office, we run My Learning Plan, where teachers can sign up for workshops, in-services, et cetera, and that's very well subscribed throughout the year in all manner of courses offered by BOCES and other providers, again, that anchor in our strategic plan. As we work to continue to focus on student-centered learning, just a variety of other items that we always focus on and continue to really shift back to. This has really been a year of reorienting, re-anchoring, and all those good practices that were in place, and we've seen incredible success and growth in a variety of areas, including those listed here. As far as data dashboard, we've talked about that numerous times this year, and I thank you to Dr. Garcia for leading this work. Again, Julia Chung had started some of this before she left as well. An update was just provided to the Authentic Learning Committee this past, since our last meeting. Just kind of a status check on where we are. We've been looking at a couple different approaches to managing that. And the one most immediately that we think is best suited for our first step into this kind of a system is the branching mind system. It's designed to work with MTSS, where we can feed all the student data into it, and then it's useful in getting a snapshot, visualization of students where they are. And then also providing ideas and strategies and resources for teachers. So that's where we think it's going to become really valuable for them. So that's where we're going to be looking to make some initial steps in the fall. So we've got the data pieces worked out on that. And just so you know, these are the initial software systems and programs that John Sabalos, the Director of Technology, worked with Branching Minds. And I think through BOCES as well, we wanted to make sure that Ed Law 2D requirements were met, Parents' Bill of Rights were met, student privacy, data privacy requirements were met, but then also that the systems could be integrated in a very efficient manner. So it took a while for them to vet those things out, but we are positioned to be able to sign on with all of these pieces of data becoming part of that system as we move forward. We're waiting now to get our new assistant superintendent for teaching and learning in place, who will be the lead on this work, and then design the professional development rollout for that. So I know there'll be an update on that committee later in the meeting as well. As we move to the next goal, it was about renewing our student-centered, high-achieving academic culture, a lot of which I kind of hit on. As you all know, that our goals tend to overlap. Specifically with this, it was focusing on partnerships with organizations like Pelham Together, civics, other community organizations, providing academic and emotional support, highlighting student achievement, and then also reaching back out to the community and trying to make those in-person connections after 2 years of remote, hybrid, and a very isolating type approach to how we all lived and did our work. So we were really happy to continue our partnership with the civics. We meet on a regular basis throughout the year. They're just incredibly supportive to our students, continuing with their work on elementary tutoring for students that are identified in need of that. Academy Plus is extended academies that we have here at the middle school and high school. They continue to provide internet hotspots, Chromebooks for our students who are in need. Students who need counseling services and the family may not have the resources to provide that. They work with our principals on that and our social workers. In specific, I think everyone's aware of the big fire that was in town. So it was great to be able to work in partnership with the school, with the village, and with the civics and the junior league and a variety of other organizations to make sure those families got their needs met. And their students in particular were able to go on with their learning and with their school. Again, I know we recognized Dr. Callahan earlier in the day. I'll recognize him again. I'm not sure if he's still here. But the partnership with the Junior League and our Diversity in STEM series, The Boy Who Captured the Wind, we had the culminating event yesterday, which was just a blast. Junkyard Build. Students built sailboats out of scraps. And then there were races, and it was just a great way to implement just basic science principles. And it was really wonderful to see the science research students there as high school mentors to the elementary students. And a shout out to the science department. All of the faculty from the high school science department were there. Just an amazing group of faculty. Also, we continue our partnership with Pelham Together. I just highlighted one event here, the transition activities that were held for parents at the middle school level, again, to help us bring back some of those in-person opportunities to reconnect. That's just one of many partnerships with them throughout the year, and the continued support of the PEF, bringing in programs like Chris Herron, Rosalind Wiseman, a tremendous number of grants throughout the year in the arts, music, and a variety of other areas. As far as community engagement, this was something I know one of our board committees focused on quite a bit. So the return of in-person things was amazing. So PTA meetings, board coffees. The wonderful idea came through the committee to do Let's Talk sessions, to just provide more open-ended conversations to reconnect with people face-to-face. In-person budget meetings, it was a mix of those this year. Some were virtual, but some were in person. And again, it was wonderful to go and see the senior citizens at the Durango Townhouse and go to the civics and go to the different organizations and just see people that you, in some cases, literally hadn't seen in a couple years. Those in-person connections are just critical to our continued collaboration. And I think, too, for all of us, the excitement of bringing back all the in-person with athletics, plays, concerts, school events, and as those were listed, as Jessica mentioned earlier, that's brought a breath of life back to the schools. I'd say last week in particular, for me, it was full circle because we had the Olympics last year. Normally they're in March. School had pushed them to June because of the opportunity, the hope and opportunity to be in person and all together, and that's exactly what happened. It was full circle for me because the Olympics happened about a week before I had to shut the schools down for COVID. So to be holding my breath, hoping we didn't get a COVID case a little over 2 years ago, and then to end the year with that back in person was a wonderful feeling, to see the joy of our students and our faculty working together on such a great school spirit legacy, and to do that in honor of Dr. Wilson on Dr. Wilson Day was really a wonderful day. Moving to our next goal area, that's implementation of our strategic plan. Our 3 goal areas, as the board is well familiar with: cultural competence, authentic learning, and the whole child. So we have continued our work in these areas as well. Each school has a school-based diversity committee doing activities at the school level designed by the committees in ways that are of interest to the different school communities. As the board knows, we've worked on and passed the diversity, equity, inclusion policy, and even did a revision of that during the year. Through the budget process that you've approved, built in, and the community approved the addition of a DEI coordinator that's currently being posted, and we're going to be going through that hiring process. And again, a number of projects that had been in place in the district before, we were able to bring back and to expand. I had the honor of seeing the Building Bridges programs. I think it was 2nd grade learning about hearing disabilities in a couple different schools. That was one of the many events. Each grade had an opportunity to experience that. So that expanded to, I believe, 2 schools this year. We're looking to get that into all 4 elementary schools in the coming year. On authentic learning, you'll recall our action items really had a lot to do with time and space in this area. So in addition to all the other initiatives that I've talked about with teaching and learning, in authentic learning, 2 really big pieces of movement forward here had to do with implementation of the revised master schedule at the elementary. We had done work with Michael Reddig, a national consultant, prior to COVID. We designed a whole new master schedule. It was basically it was similar to the old one, but with some really important tweaks built into it. And then the pandemic came, so we didn't have the opportunity to really implement that with fidelity until this year. So it was very exciting to do that, to make efficient use of staff, to have built-in enrichment and intervention blocks, and to have them done in a coordinated way so that we can make the best use of our staff to provide interventions and enrichment to students was very helpful. So we'll be looking at that. That also gave us the ability to rotate the Fly 5 curriculum throughout all 4 schools. So it accomplished a number of very important things, and it provided also built-in time period for our principals to work with their grade levels, whether it was planning, whether it was looking at data, whether class lists, whatever it was, on a rotating basis. They had the opportunity to work closely with their teachers and provide that real hands-on oversight from the principal level. And also deployment of flexible furnishings. That's something that's been an ongoing project, seeded by the PEF. Certainly with the opening of the new Hutchinson School, fully furnished with flexible furnishings based on lessons learned from the pilots that the Authentic Learning Committee, the K-12 Innovation Committee had done in the prior years with pilot classrooms, our libraries being renovated, and now an entire school. So again, built into our budget, as the board knows, is the expansion of that. So we'll be, Dr. Garcia has already been working with building principals to put together the orders for furniture for kindergarten classrooms at the other 3 schools next year. And we're going to plan to phase that up over the next few years through the budget process. In the whole child area, we continued, as I said earlier, to expand our training on responsive classroom. 1 more cohort to go in the coming year. Continue to implement and provide professional learning in a variety of other areas as well. I'm not going to repeat those. I will highlight, though, ICT training and expansion. We're really excited about that we're planning to be expanding integrated co-teach further into the elementaries. We piloted in 5th grade this year, and next year it is planned for grades 3, 4, and 5. And again, we'll be long-term planning to, as the need presents, to then expand that down to kindergarten so that we have that K-12 in our schools. Just one other piece I would throw in there. Mr. Ricky has worked very diligently with Altaris to really shore up our safety and security protocols and plans. And a piece of that is mental health and threat assessment. So we had a number of trainings this year at the administrative level as well as the building level to make sure that plans are in place, resources are available, and everyone knows those protocols so that when you're in a situation and you need to react quickly, you've learned those practices and protocols and you know what to look for to provide the safest environment possible. Shout out to the policy committee. One more time.
We're going to miss you, Leah.
A variety of policies that were accomplished this year, so we're excited about those. We have a couple other that are in the pipeline that'll transition us into the coming year. We're also looking to do a code of conduct revision before the end of the year, and we plan to bring that to the board for at the reorganization meeting in July. I just wanted to end with just some pictures of our highlights and student achievement. Some of the exciting things that we talked about even tonight, our banner year for science research, state championships in both hockey and rugby. It was on a slide earlier, but I didn't mention it. Liam Ginsberg being named to a Roger Rees winner. We had Oliver Tam, who was here earlier, who was also nominated. Liam is moving on to compete in the Jimmies, which is incredible. I think only 3rd. I think he's 3rd in the school ever to achieve that level. First boy, if I remember correctly. So incredible accomplishments after such a difficult couple of years. We have a lot to be proud of and just a lot to thank our faculty, our administrators, our parents, our students, and the board for your leadership in. So thank you very much. That was probably the tip of the iceberg of the year, but I just wanted to hit the highlights. I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
I guess I'll just say, in preparation for my opening remarks, I spent a lot of time reflecting on the year and what's been accomplished. And, I've chatted with a number of teachers and said, hey, do you feel the same way that I do? This feels like this year was really hard, like way harder than the last few years. And they all agreed that the challenges just felt that much heavier for so many reasons. And the fact that we've been able to achieve these kinds of things in light of coming out of a pandemic, just in spite of a pandemic and in spite of the challenges this year, these are accomplishments in 5 years on the board I haven't seen at year end. So I feel good about that.
And as I shared in my memo too, as far as an academic update, that'll be coming to the board probably end of next week through my memo. The testing window just ended recently. As I said earlier, the principals are working with teachers, doing their year-end data meetings, and they're working on analyzing that. But Dr. Garcia is working with them to assemble some of that information. With Regents exams and the end of school closeout, it was tough to get that for tonight. But we'll provide that to the board. Should be end of next week.
Anything else?
We had mentioned putting something on the agenda to talk about the Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning.
You are correct. That was on the paper that I couldn't find earlier. So yeah, I was just going to provide an update on the process and certainly see if there's any feedback. And I know Pauline's in the process of scheduling focus group meetings with the board so we can have a more in-depth conversation. But yeah, tonight on the agenda, we will be moving ahead with one piece of the restructure, and that would be the motion to appoint Dr. Garcia to the Executive Director for Human Resources and Leadership. Looking forward to his work in that area. And really, we're already making a number of plans about how we want to really expand the leadership piece of that and look forward to that work. In line with that is the email that I sent out yesterday to the community. We started the process for the search process for the Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning. We'll be holding a series of focus groups for parents, staff, as I said, the board. And we set a survey out with that as well. So we'll be collecting that information over the course of the next couple of weeks. The postings have been out now for a couple of weeks, and we'll begin screenings very shortly. And we are running a pretty aggressive timeline, and a big piece of that is because we lose our stakeholders within the next couple of weeks. Once we get into July, our faculty and staff tend to be away for the summer. A lot of families tend to be away for the summer. So in order for us to get focus groups and have those stakeholder feedback pieces, we need to run that process pretty quickly. So I don't know if there's any other questions or thoughts on that.
If people are hired during the summer from another district, what is the requirement around, like, how quickly are they able to begin working in our district?
It's generally a 30-day waiting period
Okay.
for professional staff. So that is another piece of the timeline. Our hope would be to appoint at the July 12th meeting at the latest. Again, assuming we find the top quality candidate, as has been done in the past. If we go through the process and we're not satisfied with the candidate, we can always continue the search.
I mean, is that a concern for such a senior level academic role? Someone who's really talented, you know, is already committed essentially, given that it's June. So how do you think about that? And also people who leave, you know that they're also, willing to leave their district, prematurely. So I'm just, given the urgency, how do you think about that in terms of really
I think
finding talent?
I think there's always a lot of, as we say, moving of the deck chairs this time of year. A lot of, as you know, a lot of superintendent movement. A lot of assistant superintendents are moving up to superintendencies. I think we looked at least 3 assistant superintendents for curriculum positions other than ours open right now. So there is a natural movement this time of year. So I guess I don't automatically assume that it's necessarily a negative. I think we don't know until we look. I think that's really what it comes down to. And I think the district we have a history of looking and being successful because of the success of our district, because of what we offer. And we tend to attract very high quality candidates. But also we do have, in the past, if we haven't been satisfied with the quality of the candidates that came through, we either reopened, extended, or could potentially look for interim options as well. So I think this is kind of the cast the net, consider all options, and see what we get. And I think the quality of the candidate will show for themselves.
Yep.
We interviewed we hired a building principal last summer.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That was a very late timeline. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
About
it's
a
just
year
not
ago.
something we want to regularly do, but yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Great. Other thoughts?
Yes. I first want to thank Dr. Garcia and your memo highlighting everything that.
We want to hear you.
Thank you to Dr. Garcia, and you sent a memo to the board highlighting everything that had been accomplished over the past few years, and it was very impressive. From adding Mandarin, foreign language in the elementary school, expanding middle school science research, IB middle years, computer science, Chromebooks, adding the director of humanities, math, and science, and I've been so impressed with the leadership I've seen from them this year. So I think it's so important that we continue that innovation and strengthening of our curriculum and the programmatic elements of instruction throughout our district. To me, this is the most important decision facing our district right now to get the absolute best candidate. I really want to see someone in that position that will be recognized by our faculty as a master teacher, someone who's passionate about improving our curriculum and instruction in a high-performing district, and really has a vision for our motto, inspiring a standard of excellence for all students, and just taking that to the next level. And I think it's so important that we have a thorough search process. I'd really like to see a candidate who's had experience in a similar role and has a proven track record. And also our district equity audit included several recommendations. Recommendation 3 was to diversify hiring. So I think it's really crucial that we reach diverse candidates. And whether we can do that internally or speak to a search firm, but to make sure that we are actually having outreach and successfully soliciting applications from a wide range of diverse pool of candidates. And I think I had mentioned, would it make sense to appoint someone on an interim basis to take some of the time pressure off so that we have time to do a really thorough search process?
Yeah, and I guess that's where my thought kind of to the question before is let's cast the net and see who's there, which doesn't preclude the opportunity to go down the interim path. That definitely is out there as an option.
We've certainly made that determination. We've hired a lot of people in the last number of years, and we've made that determination in the past. I think you guys are pretty skilled at hiring and knowing, like, when you cast a net, how good the pool is, or if it's a shallow pool, pretty quickly, and to go through the process. And we've never shied away from putting the brakes on and hiring an interim as needed. But given that it's such an important role and so much work needs to get done, particularly planning over the summer, I think it's worth seeing where we are at the end of this application process, from my perspective.
I agree, Jess, that I think that having been involved in a lot of teacher hiring before coming onto the board, that I think that is a process that's been honed over time and works very well with the stakeholder groups. So you get so many different perspectives on the people, on the interviewees, if you will, that it seems to work out very well. So if the candidates are not up to Pelham standards, that comes through in the process.
I think that there's often a desire to do sort of an intergalactic search for these kinds of positions. There's two things you need to remember. One is Pelham is an extraordinarily attractive place to work. And I think many people coming from upstate, from New York City, whatever, would feel that this was, this was their ultimate, this would be their ultimate job. And I say that in all seriousness because I think it's true. We regularly get, I don't know how many candidates for each teaching position, but tens, hundreds.
Yeah.
So, people want to come here. I'm not that concerned that we won't attract a quality pool because of timing. And the other thing is that, we have tremendously talented people here. And so I think internal candidates, we should be looking there very carefully because they know the district, they know the teachers, they know who we are, they know what Pelham is, and their learning curve would be instantaneous. So I don't want to be I don't think people should be discouraged about making this search now because I think you're going to come up with a lot of great candidates, and I think it'll be hard to choose amongst them. I mean, I won't have to choose, but you folks will. So I just want to be. I would be more optimistic that we will come up with a really great candidate for those two reasons.
Great. All right. Thank you. Thanks. That ends my report.
Okay. So we did have an Authentic Learning Committee meeting. I'm going to kick it to you if there's anything that Dr. Champ and I didn't cover, because I feel like I've spoken too much. But we did have a meeting since we met last. Are there any other committee updates?
I have a quick question on the dashboards. You talked a little bit about it, and I appreciate all the vetting and the research that went into it. So rough timeline. I mean, I saw the data sources. So
yeah, look, I think there's two steps to it. I mean, the first step was, and Julie Chung started this down this road of, what type of data dashboard internally we can use to work and understand kids better, and to provide them with services and provide them with the interventions that they need, and also in the classroom what type of instruction we should adjust. So that's something we're confident we're going to start next year, right, in September. But we're just at the beginning of this journey of understanding what better products are out there, right, for a dashboard that's more of like something we can share with the public, internally also with board members, and say, hey, what are the visuals that can really understand how the district is doing in terms of that data. So that journey is kind of in the initial phase, and I'm hoping we have a good idea this school year coming up. I know someone else may be leading that process, but I'm always here as well. But I do appreciate that, and I want to thank Ian especially, is that it brought light to this concept, right? Looking at data, using the technology that's available, that's really connecting all the dots for us. And I know we started internally, but there's two pieces to it. The internal piece, but then now is also the external piece. And we need to do a better job of really understanding what that could be and what that can look like. And I think that's where we are with the journey. And hopefully next year is that time for that.
Thank you.
Sure.
So I just wanted to speak a little bit about authentic learning, and then Jim and I attended a safety committee meeting that I'll speak briefly about after that, and we will talk about policy, the hot topic of the day, when it's time. So the other couple things I wanted to mention from the Authentic Learning Committee meeting, which are always super interesting, so thank you very much for that, Steve. We had a report from John Sabalos about updates to technology in the district, and one of the things that came out of that conversation, I followed up with some people after the meeting, was it seems like there's interest in It seems like there's an interest in a community conversation regarding digital citizenship, and I won't get into specifics because it's a broad topic, but that's something maybe, I think John said that October is Digital Citizen Month to talk about, maybe over the summer some, with a whole bunch of community partners who are also interested in this, as well as the middle school and maybe even elementary school. So that was one of the other things we talked about. And then we got an update on Math and Science Vision 2025, I think, from Dr. Callahan about all the different things going on in the STEM area, which was also nice to hear and fascinating. Yes. So thank you. So now I'll turn to safety. So the safety meeting was conducted last Friday morning at 8 a.m. in the Hutchinson Professional Development Room, and some of the people who were at the meeting hadn't been to Hutchinson before, so it was nice to show off the space. We had representatives from Altaris, who are our safety consultants. We had several law enforcement members there. We had community members. Dr. Champ was there. Mr. Sabalos was there, and Jim and myself, and anybody else? Yeah. So we had an update on evacuation drills, all the different drills that happened throughout the year. We did a good overview of the draft district safety plan, which will be up at the renewal meeting for authorization. And Altaris has done a great job of cleaning up the manual. It's well organized. It makes sense. We talked about some of the training that goes into a lot of different training exercises in the chain of command, so that when, God forbid, there is an incident, people know who to report to, so it's not confusing. And we talked about some specific what-ifs, and they were able to walk us through what would happen. And then we did an overview of the training that happened over the school year, the Go Bag deployment that Jim has talked about here before, threat assessment training, BERT team development, Narcan training, training for custodians, one-on-ones with all of the different district administrators, and the distribution of emergency radios. And then we had a debrief on the unfortunate, tragic events in Uvalde. As awful as these school shooting incidents are, our team uses it as a learning experience to take a look at what we're doing as far as safety is concerned and see how we can improve going forward. So thank you for the meeting, Jim.
Okay. Any other committee updates?
Yeah, we had a relatively quick audit committee meeting on June 1st, and the two biggest takeaways from that was we did our planning for our external auditors. What they do is like Connor Davies typically does, is it comes in, it meets with the audit committee, as well as Jim and his team, and lays out, it does a presentation of all of the areas that they're looking for, all the audit procedures that they have to do their testing on. There are two different phases. There's preliminary testing that happens probably toward the tail end of June. Is that correct? And then you do the year-end audit procedures that take place in the middle of July, with the objective of us finishing our audit probably by the end of August, September 1st. We're usually one of the first ones done, according to our external auditors.
Last year we were.
Yeah, I know, knowing Jim, we definitely were. They are very granular. They do a wonderful job. In my 4 years as running the audit committee, I've really gotten to know Chris, the partner there, and he's second to none. He's wonderful. Even his team, his managers behind him do a wonderful job. And they speak very highly of our team here as well, which is nice. In addition to that, we have an internal audit. Internal audit is done by Dan Hoffman, who's a partner at our internal audit firm, Cullen and Danowski. And what they do is they will pick an area around the firm, and they will do detailed testing of that, and based upon that, they'll file a report with us. And the area that they tested going back about a year and a half, were two areas, actually. One, our special education area, and two is the grant activities that we do here at the school. Based upon that, they determine risk assessments and the like, and they come back to Jim with all their findings, and we then have to prepare a reply to them. It's called the Corrective Action Plan, a CAP plan, which, based upon that CAP plan, we actually have to file that with the state, saying that, you know, what we're trying to remedy these problems on a go-forward basis in terms of procedures. And in addition to that, we decided on our focus areas as to what we're going to be looking at, or what they're going to be looking at on a go-forward basis. So for the years 22, 23, two areas that they decided to focus on were bank reconciliations, which they hadn't seen in a while, as well as payroll tax withholding payments. One of our neighbors had a little issue recently, so we want to make sure that we've got all of our T's crossed and I's dotted. And other than that, it was a quiet meeting.
Vinnie, can I just ask you a question? When you're talking about grants, do you mean the federal grants?
Yes.
I would just like to add, Vinnie's an outstanding leader of the audit committee, which I'm on this year. We also do one other audit, which we have a claims auditor, which
Yes.
audits our transactions, make sure that we're not giving the wrong people money. But it's astonishing to me that I don't know any other organization that has required to have three separate auditors overseeing, and this is a result of the Roosevelt district scandals about 15 years ago. So, you know, it's a hell of a lot of time on I'm sorry, did I say that? It's a heck of a lot of time on Jim's part.
You're not selling it to our new board.
On Jim's on Jim's team's time, and thank God we have someone like Vinnie who actually understands all this stuff. So,
Thank you, John.
they're going to miss you.
Yeah. We'll see. Lots of volunteers.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're going to quickly run through these assistant superintendent updates, and then we'll move on to our public comment. So, Dr. Garcia?
Quick, yeah, because
We've covered a lot,
Much was already
so.
covered already. But just one thing, I just want to wish all the 8th graders the best. Many of them are taking the algebra regents tomorrow. and all of them will be taking Earth Science Regents on Friday. So I just want to make sure that they understand that, and all the parents, that this is their first, foray into the Regents world, and just do the best you can, and the best of luck.
They're already asleep.
They're already asleep. Well, I'll just say, my daughter is not, doesn't go to school here, but she's an 8th grader, and I know she's been freaking out about it. So as a parent, you kind of see it now, understanding through that lens. And I just want her, I just want all the kids, just do your best and don't worry about it.
Ms. Matthews, our last report from you, which
Yes.
I'll also miss.
So we had a great day today. We welcomed Tracy Holtz, our new Assistant Superintendent for PPS. She spent the day, and she probably left a little overwhelmed. But what's important is she really supports what we're doing here. She believes in the same. So she's going to further her skills with dialectical behavior training. We helped sign her up, Pelham signed her up today, and she's going to go to a 3-day workshop in the summer, and to increase her leadership skills in that area and communication, skills related to reducing intense emotion in ourselves and staff and kids, and trying to turn the environment more into a proactive, skill-based learning environment instead of a reactive, crisis-focused. So helping kids to effectively be able to respond to the rising rates of trauma and all of the things that the kids are facing, families are facing. So she'll do a lot of that. And just studying common language. I mean, we know what it is, but really making an effort to share that with others. You have another robust Schedule D. We worked really hard to get the IEPs finalized and the 504s, so you have 63 student records. And our seniors can expect to get their exit summary in the next week, which has all their information that they can use for the post-secondary time. And it is my last board meeting, so I want to just thank you for trusting me to come back and work with the families and the kids. It really was wonderful. I was telling some of the parents that I know here tonight that I got to see so many old friends of families, see the difference in the students, the improvements, see them even graduating, and it's really been a pleasure. I just hope the lines of communication always stay open with the families, the parents, the staff. And if you have any conversations that come your way, there's a lot of emotion in special education. It's just what it is. Just direct them to the right channel, because I really believe that you've got great people working here who really care about the kids and care about the families. And I just think things could only get better. And I'm just proud that the department is what it is. But thanks for everything, everyone. I enjoyed working with all of you.
Your grandchildren must be like 5 by now. You were having a new baby when you retired.
4.5, 14 months, and 11 months. Okay. They're waiting for me.
Mr. Ricky, a lot of the agenda relates to you, so
Yes.
the more you share, the faster some of the motions go.
Okay, absolutely, and good evening.
No pressure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think, first of all, one of the things to talk about is picking up on where Mr. Mazzaro left off was on the audit committee and the external audit. We had a very good meeting on June 1st, and we talked about the audit process, the preliminary work that takes place where our external auditors will start next week. So that's right there, and then they'll come the week of July 11th to the 15th. As part of the preparation for that work tonight, or for the audit, there is a number of resolutions on the board tonight related to draft reserve allocations and things like that. These are items that come up every year and are resolutions to be passed by the board in preparation for that year-end audit. And as we look at it, we have all those draft resolutions. It talks about fund balances. I know there's a lot of talk about fund balance over the last few months. And as we look at our fund balances year-end, it really talks about how our forecast is for this year. Really, this year, we've experienced a much more typical year than we have the prior two. We really are seeing ourselves with basically a break-even budget this year. A slight surplus. I shared that with the board. I think you saw a few months ago. It was up. Last month, 2 months ago, it was down. Again, a couple of $100,000. This month, it went up a little bit more. But again, what we're seeing are those more typical budgetary year that we would see prior to COVID, where those regular ordinary expenses are in place. So when you look at these resolutions and you see we're asking for authorizations to put up to certain amounts of monies there. Based on the forecast that we shared with you, we wouldn't reach the levels that we're asking for the tax certiorari for the 2021 year. We wouldn't reach the levels for ERS or TRS. These resolutions are really about just providing wide corridors. So if there's any audit adjustments, if there's any late revenues that come in, or an encumbrance that were canceled, we have the ability to close out those books at year end. And that's really what I wanted to share with the committee. We did have our internal audit. There's a number of items on the agenda this evening related to the internal audit. The applied upon procedures audit, which is the internal audit that Vinnie mentioned about our special education, our corrective action plan, which is a response, and our methods of correcting that. And all of these items are reported to the state. They're also found on our webpage. And then our work plan for next year, which is, again, those items that we talked about, payroll tax withholding payments. Yes, everybody, even before the audit committee came in and these things were talked about, we all certainly have had our own conversations. And having the benefit of knowing about where this happened in another organization prior to coming to Pelham, I'm especially sensitive to that. And we're on top of it in our office. We do have our claims auditor. They'll come once or twice a month, depending on our volume of payables. But again, that all has to do with what happened on Long Island many, many years ago. And prior to any payments being laid out, they have to clear our claims auditor as well. And this year, just because it's every third year, we are going through a food nutrition review by the state, which is another audit, and that's in process right now too, just part of a regularly planned audit process. So we're humming along, and we're working through this process and through the year-end process, the internal and the external audit process as we go. We had a very good safety committee meeting. So some of our work for next year now, Leah talked about a review kind of what we did this year. Really our talk about now is, okay, we did that last year. How do we want to start the year this year? And let's start looking at our training and development and our plan as we move forward. So there are learnings, unfortunate learnings, that we all take away from instances, from events that happen in other places, whether it's, like I said, payroll in one instance and safety events in others. And we use those events as opportunities to improve our processes. The capital bonds moving forward, some light demolition is taking place right here, or actually next door in the high school, which is nice to see. The front of the high school is moving exceedingly slow, and it's pretty disappointing, and we really want to see that move ahead and get that scaffolding down before the end of the school year. And you know, I've been here before. I said the end of June, and obviously I don't see that happening right now. But we have all the materials. It's just a matter of getting that manpower up there and getting those new pieces in place and getting the scaffolding down. Let everybody see the beautiful facade of the school, and we're excited about that. The roof will be going up shortly at Prospect Hill. They're waiting on the slate, so that's exciting. I was driving on the highway the other day. I saw a truck full of slate. I was hoping they were headed our way, but not quite. So we're on the lookout. We know slate's out there, so hopefully it'll be coming along shortly. And what else do we have here? Food nutrition, our forecast. And then obviously to the members of the board who are retiring, certainly I served on finance, facilities, bond steering, audit, safety, policy, and wellness committees with all of you. You are certainly the dream team. You were terrific to work with. I appreciated all of your insights, your time. You were generous with your time. John's historical knowledge of the years ago, and certainly your work as an architect and working with school districts. Again, these things are very helpful for me, and I think they're helpful for Pelham. And it's been really great working with you, Vinnie. Talking about fields, talking about bonds. Working on the project, certainly a pleasure. I steal your line as, when I meet an accountant, I'll ask them if they're a recovering accountant or a recovering CPA, as you'll identify yourself. But certainly working with you on the audit committee was a very enjoyable experience. And Leah, working on policy and on safety was terrific. Every year, without fail, when the budget came out, we could always count on a visit from Leah, which was fantastic, and a page-by-page review, one-on-one, to really fully understand everything everything that goes on. And certainly we enjoy sharing our children's experiences in college right now. So as they'd say, fair winds and following seas. We all pick up our little terms, but certainly it's been a pleasure working with all of you. I wish you well.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, thank you for your patience. I have a list of those who signed in for public comment. I don't know that we have one public comment session for items specific to anything that's on the agenda, and then one public comment session, which I'll take a motion later to move up, just because I know it's already been a long night, but the first public comment period will be about items related to the agenda. First, I want to read that we're about to convene the public comment period of our meeting. We believe it's crucial for us to hear from our community members about their concerns and issues. The board is here to listen. The public comment period is not designed to be a discussion. Accordingly, the board may not respond to your concerns and questions tonight. This is because we take your concerns and questions seriously, and we want to have time to process and research the issues if need be. We will, however, have the relevant staff member get back to you within a week's time. I also want to point out that under state and federal privacy laws, we're unable to entertain any comments or questions about school personnel or students. Please know, however, that we take personnel and student concerns very seriously. On these matters, we ask that you go through the appropriate administrative channels, such as your school principal or assistant superintendents or Dr. Champ. We want our school board meetings to serve as an example to our students that members of our school board and members of our community can deal with controversial issues in a civil manner and demonstrate mutual respect for one another. Please keep your comments respectful. In that spirit, we will insist that all speakers and members of the audience address their comments to the board directly rather than the audience. Finally, I want to remind everyone that the Board of Education, I just noticed it says administration. The board and administration is reachable by email at boe@pelhamschools.org. The board will now entertain public comment. Please remember to state your name, Pelham mailing address, and to keep your comments brief to allow sufficient time for other members of the public to speak if they wish.
Do we want to put a time limit on these comments?
We
got a lot of people, right?
We have a lot of people, some school districts, time comments, we haven't done that in the past, but I just asked, we could all be here till 1 a.m. So we want everybody to get a chance to speak, and we know you've already waited a while, so just try and keep your comments as to the point and brief as possible. First, I'll call Carla Cacaval to the podium. And please state your name and your Pelham mailing address.
Hi, I'm Carla Cacavalli, 1008 Grant Avenue. I have 4 children in the district. Grades 5 through 8, Prospect Hill, middle school, and the high school. So obviously we're very invested in the district. For those who think this current Board of Ed is calculated, manipulative, and/or strategic in their efforts and decision to prematurely and preemptively extend Dr. Champ's contract,
I'm sorry, Carla. Could you step back a little bit? We're
sorry.
getting,
Okay.
Thank you.
Better? Okay. For those who think this current Board of Ed is calculated, manipulative, or strategic in their efforts and decision to prematurely and preemptively extend Dr. Champ's contract, I think you're wrong. Last night's news might have shocked some people and left others wondering just how they thought of this. It was Oscar Wilde who said, "Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery that mediocrity can pay to greatness." The Pelham Board of Ed demonstrated its overall mediocrity in this move. Scarsdale should be quite flattered right now, as the Pelham Board of Ed took this directly from its Board of Ed playbook at the same time last year when current board members were on the way out the door. Since we are quoting other districts' thoughts, I'll reuse in part what one parent said about this exact move last year in Scarsdale. "Please respect the voters and make no significant decisions today before the current term ends. To do so would be to replace your judgment for that of the electorate. The Oxford definition of authoritarianism is lack of concern for the wishes or opinions of others. The majority of others have spoken with their votes." While we know now much of what has happened behind closed doors and in secrecy, it's clear what the agenda is and where it stems from. We should all have someone in our lives who protects us as much as some of the current Board of Ed do Dr. Champ, and I mean that sincerely. As a community, we want to better understand where the passion and urgency to protect this position 2 years before it expires comes from. This decision is not a reflection of Dr. Champ. The board made this choice. And the outcry from the community isn't necessarily a reflection of people's opinions of Dr. Champ either. This is about a lack of transparency. It seems the board was buying Champ more time before they lose what they might assume to be the majority vote on most issues. Many people in the community had hoped that Dr. Champ would want to earn her renewal in this district at the appropriate time with the support and approval of those she serves here, instead of one last rubber stamp approval vote on her contract before the new members take their seats next month. Decisions such as this have done more to divide this community than any other in this town's history. It's costing us in more ways than one. Our request is simple. We're just asking the Board of Ed to use the front door for major decisions such as this. No one benefits from a backdoor Board of Ed. As a district that boasts a national school of character achievement, we should all act like it. Your title gives you authority. Your behavior earns you respect. Thank you.
I'd ask everybody to refrain from clapping. We're going to have a lot of comments, and this is not a three-ring circus, so please be respectful. That's disrespectful. Please stop clapping. Thank you. John Delaval? Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Terry Carmody?
Terry Carmody, 180 Jackson Avenue. I have one son that's in Prospect Hill. First, I would like to say I do appreciate the time and effort that all of you put into this because it's very time-consuming, though I may disagree with a lot of the decisions that have been made. I am in complete and total disagreement that we just had an election. Open, fair, honest. We are about, in 4 weeks, going to change about over 40% of the current board. Potentially that the leadership of the board will change. We're talking about a contract that currently has over 2 years left on it. I've never advocated for Dr. Champ to be let go or fired, but I don't understand why we would make this kind of decision with more than 2 years left at this time, what also seems to have been kept relatively secret from the actual community. And it's a very large decision that can have very large ramification, and it's an expenditure also that is upwards of $500,000. So I don't fully understand why this would be done, other than people might feel that they're currently in power and may not be in power soon, and so they decided to kind of push this through. It only creates more and more divisiveness within the town. I think we are all trying to get past that. I think the last election was decided because those that won ran on a platform of transparency and good governance. I don't think this emulates any of that. I think the amount of people that are showing up today shows that we are all trying to strive for that. I think many of us just want a board that has very strong oversight, again, good governance and transparency. I think for those who may not know, but many of you on the board certainly do know, what took place in Scarsdale was clearly a lack of oversight on the superintendent, who has now since moved on to another job after he saddled Scarsdale with a $1 million fine by bad governance and by not sharing the information with the board. We want to get past that stuff, but we want a board that is strong and has proper oversight. I don't think that's asking too much. That is what every Board of Ed is basically given the abilities and required to do. And to go about something like this is basically a slap in the face of a tremendous amount of people in this community. And it runs a very high risk of running some or creating some bad will. And I don't know why people would purposely choose to do that. Those are my points.
I'm literally going to clear out the room if we keep having the applause. So please stop clapping. It's hugely disrespectful. Please stop. I don't want to be a school board where people get removed from school board meetings. We haven't had to do that in Pelham, but it happens everywhere else. Let's just stop the clapping. Thank you. Next is Swanee. Is Swanee here? Sorry, I can never pronounce your last name without butchering it. I'm really sorry.
Swanee Aquino Travala, 139 6th Street. Since we're naming names, I guess I'll do it too. Thank you, Dr. Champ, and thank you to the board for all you do. And thank you to the new people who are coming on to serve. I think I just want to thank my son, who's in 8th grade and is doing his Regents, and I'm very proud of him. I'm more freaking out than he is, but he's going to do well. It's been a rough 3 years for all of us. I think I moved to Pelham for the education, for my son's future and safety. I lived in Riverdale prior to living here, and I didn't think highly of the middle school, so I moved here and thought that this will be better in terms of his safety. And I'm contemplating whether this has really been like the best choice, not in terms of academic, but in terms of my mental health and my happiness. It's been too much of a struggle to fight for equality, to fight for students to feel seen and heard. I think I was very disappointed in the cultural competency, I cannot say that word, committee. I think I just felt that the lead committee member or the board member did not have the vision that I wanted for kids to have the opportunity to talk about current events, to talk about things that were sensitive to them, to talk about feeling targeted due to color or due to gender or due to whatever threat that our society is facing right now. And so, Ian, I hope that if you continue to be the lead of this committee, that you will have more cultural sensitivity and more, compassion and just more awareness and insight as to what the, students need right now. They need an open door policy. They need to be heard. They need to be seen. I think it's just so concerning how angry children are. 18-year-olds are still kids, and they're turning around and they're committing atrocity against babies. And so I feel that more than ever, children need to be heard. And for us to feel like, well, let's not address it, not every kid feels this way, is a concern to me. We should all be checking in with children, regardless of what their color or what their gender is, just to see how they're doing, not like targeting them or profiling them. But I feel that as being part of that committee, I felt that the priority was not the mental health of the kids, but just sort of pacifying and sort of dismissing the fact that it's been 3 very difficult years with COVID and just the massive amounts of school shootings. And, it's not just about the academics. I think that's a major part of student life, but their well-being, their mental health matters so much. So just wanted to give you some feedback about my experience in that committee. And we can talk offline as well. But I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you. Kathy Fontanella, are you still here? No? Okay. Will Treats? I know you have the comfortable seat over there, Will.
All right.
This will be your last time on that side of the
Yeah, that's
microphone.
right. My name is Will Treves. I live at 120 Corona, and I want to start by stating that I have no criticism of Dr. Champ in what I'm about to say. None of this is directed at you, Dr. Champ. So community engagement in how the schools are run has never been higher, and that's not a vague statement. It can be measured, and I invite anyone to look at vote counts and elections over the last several years to see the dramatic increase in people expressing themselves in the most fundamental democratic way possible, and that's at the ballot box. So speaking as a trustee-elect who only learned about certain key decisions being made tonight when I saw yesterday's agenda, I respectfully ask you this. Would it not have been constructive for the existing board, 3 of whom are outgoing, to allow the 3 incoming trustees to observe or even participate in these decisions, because the implications of these decisions impact the entirety of our tenures? Would that not have sent a message to the community that the board, contrary to what its detractors may state, that the board does set out to be transparent and does seek input from all corners of the community, even those that might have differing opinions or viewpoints on important topics? And would that not have been consistent with the past practice of incoming board members having a say in important personnel decisions which impact their term? So, had the incoming board members been invited to observe or even participate in these discussions, maybe we would have come to the very same conclusions as you, or maybe we wouldn't. But the point is that by only finding out about these decisions from yesterday's agenda, we missed that opportunity. And I know that I know none of the merits or backgrounds to the decision being voted upon tonight, which is a little bit more perplexing when existing board members were afforded that exact same privilege when they were elected. But nonetheless, I do look forward to collaborating with all the board and all interests in Pelham over the next 3 years. Please don't clap.
I appreciate that, Will. Thank you. Tom Fontanello? We lost all the Fontanellas. Melissa Labonte. And I'm just calling people up, assuming you're talking about agenda items. So if you are in for the other portion of public comment, just let me know you'll wait your turn.
So I'm hoping this is an okay comment. I missed the chance to say thank you to the outgoing board members, and I wanted to do, is that okay? Can I do that? Okay. I want to express my gratitude to the outgoing board members, Mr. Bryce, Mr. Mazzaro, and Ms. Tabaz, for your dedication to our children and their education, and the collaborative spirit you have shown during our tenure in this position of public trust. The last 2 years were unprecedented in so many ways, some of which we heard tonight, and you navigated those shoals with integrity and innovation, always putting the district's and our children's collective interests above all else, so thank you. And then I just want to say, I'm very pleased to learn that the board is going to confirm Dr. Champ's new contract this evening. We are so very lucky to have her leading our schools. She and her team have ensured our continued full recovery from the pandemic and are laying exciting new groundwork this year to strengthen student learning and improving the school climate. Very important priorities. My son had a truly transformative 8th grade year. He now has executive functioning skills. I'm confident he is ready to succeed in the high school this fall, and I feel fortunate to have such a visionary superintendent inspiring our children and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Scott Wolfgang.
Hi, Scott Wolfgang. I live at 12 Sherwood Avenue. I have 4 children, 3 in Illinois and 1 in the middle school. I've lived in Pelham for 11 years now in August. I'm a pretty, despite what you see online, a pretty private person. I mind my own business for the first 9 years. I probably only knew 5 people in this room, and had it not been for COVID, that's all I would know. COVID changed everything. It was very clear early on, the lockdowns were going to be damaging to the children. We always seemed to be multiple steps behind as a district. And when I reached out for help to many of you and your predecessors, I didn't get any. And it was incredibly frustrating, and so I spoke up. And when I spoke up, I wasn't met with support, but what seemed like a cocoon of protection to intimidate people to be quiet. And being strong-willed, that doesn't make me quiet. It makes me speak louder. The damage that's been done to kids from the COVID lockdowns, I think we're still trying to figure out. And being a parent, helpless to do anything, I lashed out. A lot of my commentary and the way I delivered things, I'm not proud of. But my message of lack of transparency is spot on. I've definitely offended people, and for those offended, I apologize. I don't know if Eileen Miller is still here. I was unfair to you. No, I was unfair to her. At times I was disrespectful, and I apologize. In the last several weeks, I've done a lot of internal thinking, and when I think about what my parents taught me, what the lessons I want to teach my kids, it's do the right thing, and apologizing is the right thing. Notes. In that regard, the election was very cathartic. We got 5 new board members now starting in the last 12 months, and putting them in charge of decisions. All right, sorry. And putting them in charge of decisions, made a lot of sense and made me comfortable. I don't enjoy the person that the COVID situation has made me become online. It's not who I am, and it's not healthy. It doesn't make me feel good about myself. It doesn't make me feel good about a lot of things. And so it was very cathartic to have that be over and kind of move on, right? This is a meeting of celebration. We celebrated the kids, we celebrated people leaving. And to see the extension of Dr. Champ's contract, not that she doesn't deserve it, it has nothing to do with that. It was just sad and disappointing, because this is a time that the community should be coming together and healing. And you're all leaders. You should be healers, not dividers. And to think that a decision like that wouldn't open up wounds and cause division, and look at all the people that wouldn't be here. It's just wrong. And again, think of the lessons your parents taught you and the lessons you want your kids to learn, that things are just right and wrong. And so as you consider what to do tonight, I just implore you to do the right thing. It's pretty simple what that is. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Fontanella? We have the whole Fontanella family. So we have, is Jessica still here? Yeah. Okay. She's speaking on behalf, I believe, of Natalie Marrero, who's out of town.
Hi, I just want to make sure I'm doing the protocol right. So I'm speaking on behalf of Natalie. So do I introduce myself or do I introduce Natalie?
No, it's both, I guess. I have her address and yours. But
Okay.
Just state both.
I'm Jessica Calzalayo. I reside at 1436 Roosevelt Avenue, and I'm speaking on behalf of Natalie Marrero, who resides at 4466 Boston Post Road. I'm reading her words directly. She can't be here tonight due to a work function in Indiana. Am I good? My name is Natalie Marrero, 4466 Boston Post Road. I am a trustee-elect of the Board of Education. I was elected on May 17th, and my term will begin on July 1st. Since the moment of my election, my fellow trustee-elects and I have jumped into the responsibility of being BOE trustees. We immediately met with the current board leadership and with Dr. Champ to learn as much as we could about how the board works and what priorities we can help engage with as of July 1st. However, from the start, our efforts to be looped into the year-end discussions have been met with resistance. Despite it being contrary to custom, we trustee-elects have been repeatedly denied participation in executive sessions of the BOE and told by the board president and vice president that only tonight may we attend. The sitting BOE has held 2 executive sessions since the election, and we have been very curious about what was being discussed, even under the protection of a non-disclosure agreement. Our imaginations have been running through the possible year-end decisions that often get made, and we have been reviewing minutes of previous meetings to get a sense of what could have been going on, to which we could not be privy. Last night's release of the agenda for tonight's meeting explains why we, the trustee-elects, were not allowed to be part of any prior discussion. The BOE has been discussing the preemptive extension of Dr. Champ's contract and intentionally excluding the trustee-elects from this fundamental hiring discussion. Dr. Champ has had 2 years left on her contract. The decision to preemptively grant an extension now would extend Dr. Champ's contract through my entire term as BOE trustee, effectively tying my hands related to her performance expectations and terms of her review process. I campaigned on a platform of accountability and transparency and was elected on that platform. The actions that you are proposing to take tonight are the precise reason why I ran. Providing last-minute information without providing the community enough time to digest the information is not transparency. It is a shame that the board is even trying to do this, and I urge you to reverse course. These actions bode very poorly and not only breeds cynicism and skepticism, ruins any respectful working relationship going forward, and starts our tenure off with some distrust. Thank you. Can I speak as Jessica now?
Sure.
Okay. I'm Jessica Calzolario now speaking. I have 4 children here in Pelham, and I know you guys very well. Dr. Champ, I've actually worked for Pelham as well. I'm here to ask you something rather simple. For those who know me, I've been highly involved in Pelham, all things Pelham since I moved to Pelham 7 years ago. I love this tiny town. I love rec sports. I love fighting about who has the best pizza. I mostly love its schools, and I moved here because of the schools, like many other people who live here in Pelham. I am an educator, 17 years in the New York City Department of Education. I'm an assistant principal, and I've worked right here in Pelham as well. Many of our issues lately are dividing our town. It's polarizing a tiny town, and it does this tiny town no good. What I've learned as a person and as a professional in education is that people just want to be heard. At the end of the day, people just want a voice. So please help us and help Pelham be heard. As trustees, I implore you to listen to us as your neighbors and as your friends and end the polarization. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Pete Liascos.
Hi, Pete Liascos, 437 Highbrook. I have 2 sons in high school, one about to graduate, and I'm a former board member. So let me start off the evening by saying thank you to all of you. I know this has not been a fun 3 years for you guys, and I will say that I tactically left right before all the fun began, so haha. But I do want to speak a little seriously tonight. I know you're all there trying to make the decisions you think are best for the community. I'm going to ask for those of you who are inclined to approve this contract tonight to think twice about that. We've had 2 consecutive, very divisive elections, which is unfortunate. We've now, by doing this at the last minute, before 3 new board members come in who were just elected, running on a platform of reform, running on a platform of changing things, of maybe looking a little harder at our administration to give this 4-year contract that puts the superintendent's employment beyond their reach before they can even get to know her, I think is wrong. Now, I'm sure I'm not saying anything that's new to you. I'm sure you've all been regaled with lots of emails, texts, and phone calls. I made one phone call myself today, so I understand that. I'd like to say that there's some words in my power that I'm going to suddenly persuade and convince you. That's probably not going to be the case. So I'm not going to use my words. I'm actually going to talk about the New York State Education Department. People don't realize this. They think when there's a contract dispute or an issue, it goes to court. Usually doesn't go to court. Usually goes to the New York State Education Department, NYSED. And NYSED has been very clear. You can do this. You're not the first board to do this. You won't be the last board to do this. But whether you can do that is a different question of whether you should do that. And NYSED's spoken on that. In a case called Dillon versus Eastport, and it's decision 13143, it's NYSED, Office of the Counsel, if anyone's geeky enough to want to look that up. NYSED said that an outgoing board could enter into a 5-year contract extension for an existing superintendent at the last meeting, and that the new board could not rescind that contract because the new board tried to, because it was not happy at having its voice thwarted in that fashion. But this is what NYSED also said, and this is the part I'd like you to pay attention to. And this is not a bunch of conservatives speaking. This is not some CRT conspiracy. This is the New York State Education Department speaking about what you should and shouldn't do. It says, although I am constrained to recognize the legality of the 11th hour contract extension voted by a majority of the former board in this matter, I do not endorse the wisdom of its action. The majority acted in a, these are the words, not my words, their words, in a fundamentally anti-democratic manner in arranging to its, in arrogating to itself authority over the superintendency for the maximum period allowed by law, which was 5 years. I know you're only doing it for 4 years here, but I don't think that was the main point. Although it knew it had lost its mandate in the action. I would ask, if you're not going to consider the community, if you're not going to consider the impact that it's had, I know you're considering it, but if that's not going to sway you, at least be swayed about what NYSED has to say about the wisdom or the lack of wisdom of this. This is really bad for our community. And to be honest, doing this is a bad example for our kids. You want to teach them, you know, there's different sides, and your side should win no matter what, and you better push it through, even if it's not right, even if it's anti-democratic. Is that what you want to teach them? Please don't do this.
Is there a reason why they're still clapping? I've asked you respectfully not to clap. Please don't clap. It's a huge disrespect. And not funny. Dominic Stobart.
Good evening. Dominic Stobart, 34 Suburban Avenue. Firstly, thank you to Dr. Champ for all your hard work that you do in the district. Thank you to the current board for all of the hard work and the time that you put in to the district. Thank you to the incoming board for standing for election. May I say that in extending Dr. Champ's contract at this time, the board is making a very important decision that should be left to the incoming board. Such action is simply the wrong way to behave in public office. It's undemocratic. It's disrespectful to Dr. Champ, to the new board, and to the district. And I'm sorry to say that it does leave an indelible stain on the reputations of all those involved. I urge you to change your minds. It's the wrong thing to do.
Okay, and the last person to sign on is Tom O'Halloran. And then if there's others who want to speak who didn't sign in, you can come to the mic.
Hello, Tommy O'Halloran, 333 9th Avenue. I have a graduate and 3 in this school. So I'm last, so I will keep it brief. Much of my opinions have been voiced by others that spoke before me. I think Peter eloquently stated it, but I do want to thank the board for all your volunteerism and Dr. Champ for all your hard work, and for the Outbound board, wish you well. But I would just like to add my voice to those in dissent with this decision. I don't think it's wise. I think it's divisive. And I think for the outgoing board members to let this be their final mark, I think it'd be a bad way to go. And I just wanted to add my voice to that position. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who didn't sign in? Okay. I'm a little short for this.
You can pull it.
Oh, thank you, sorry. Sorry, I didn't know to sign in. Please just remember that if we can't speak about student matters, I just have a public comment about something on the agenda.
Okay.
My name is Bijal Amin Gupta. I have 2 children at Colonial School. And first, I'd like to thank you. As parents, we all care so much about the well-being and education of our kids, and you guys give so much of your time and effort for the well-being of all of our kids, and I very much appreciate that. As a Colonial parent, I understand why we would want to conserve resources and focus on the students who are in our district. However, there are a small number of children who do go to school out of district, but they remain members of the Pelham community through rec sports, other activities, and as the friends of our children. And we make, the board particularly makes decisions that impact their safety, mental health, and academic success. I refer specifically to the transportation policy, which is on the agenda later. We do have a policy in place that describes in detail the transportation that's available to students out of district. There's an expectation that public transportation will be used. There are provisions about exceptions related to economics and legal obligations and disabilities, but there are no provisions specifically about age in this policy. This policy was last revised in January of 2019 before the pandemic hit. The pandemic, as we all know, has caused massive disruption in public transportation, changes in ridership, and sadly, changes in crime, particularly crimes against minorities. As a South Asian female, I feel this acutely, and as a physician in the Bronx, I assure you I am not sheltered or particularly afraid, but I do know that these things are real. Every day we read about crime on the subway. We've seen children hurt in shootings on the subway on the way to school. And the increase in crime is not limited simply to the subways, but also affects Metro North. Due to variations in activity schedules, young children may not be able to, and the very small number of children that are commuting, unlike children in the city where you have large numbers of children commuting on the subway to school, children commuting on public trains are likely to be by themselves because it's impossible to find somebody to go with them because children have different academic schedules. So unless you have an older sibling, a child will be commuting alone. This includes children as young as 10 and 11. So I would like to kindly ask you as a board to consider the safety of all of our children, particularly in the current climate. There are buses available in local towns that even crisscross through Pelham, but parents are not able to sign their kids up for these buses and pay for them by themselves. Only a district can sign them up, and parents are not given the option to even pay for this if the district is willing to sign them up. So these parents really do need the help to get their kids to school safely, and I very, very, very kindly and respectfully ask you to consider these needs. Thank you. Thank you for your feedback. Would you like to say something about 10-year-olds on the train? Oh, 10-year-olds are afraid to be on the train by themselves. Okay.
Okay, so,
Bianca, do you think you should ride a train by yourself?
no, it's kind of scary, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do if I'm in a situation where there's someone or something dangerous happening, and I can't ask anyone for help.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. I saw 2 hands over there, people who want to speak. What? Yes, please, no clapping. I'm not sure why I have to keep asking this. Yeah. Please remember to state your name and your Pelham mailing address.
Of course, thank you. My name is Jeff Lasilla.
I live 214 Elderwood. I have 2 children, one in the middle school, and I have one in the high school. Usually
Jeff,
everybody's got to step back.
Jeff,
so I was-
I'm sorry. I don't know how. I mean, there's a lot of names here. I'm sorry. You're written down, and I forgot to call your
That's
name.
okay.
So I'm
No,
sorry.
no worries. I
Not
appreciate you
intentional.
giving me the opportunity. On May 17th, we voted for 3 new BOE members. The Pelham community is entrusting the new members in this new board to ensure our school district is responsive to the values, beliefs, and priorities of this community. Values, beliefs, and priorities that were embedded in the voting in of the 3 new board member elects. We seek with these new members an effective school board that embraces a collaborative relationship with staff and community and establishes a strong communication structure to inform and engage both internal and external stakeholders in setting and achieving district goals. This is our hope. Our hope is also that the existing board would recognize that it is the new board, not the departing board, that should be making decisions about any contract extension for Dr. Champ beyond her term ending August 27th of 2024. Surely this board knows the concerns this community, or any community for that matter, would have about not only depriving those new board members to be the ones that participate in any contract extension, but to hastily announce and do this extension for vote in the last 24 hours. So, to allay those concerns, it would be good to hear from the board publicly the answer to a very fair and straightforward question. Is there some imminent risk in delaying the vote or taking up any contract extension and allowing the new board to take it up? If so, what is that risk? And I would conclude by saying the following. Maybe we're focusing, maybe the whole question here tonight is the wrong question. The question's been, why did the board do this? Maybe a better way or a different way of thinking about it, since we all talk about leadership here, and you all are leaders, and we want to instill leadership in our children. But maybe a better way to talk about leadership is to also demonstrate leadership. And I think it would be good to demonstrate that leadership if Dr. Champ say thank you, but no thank you to the board, and take this up with the new board. Thank you.
Jeff Ginsburg. Oh, Chris Caruso. You can fight.
Hi, good evening, Jeff Ginsburg. I live at 9 Boulevard. So I first just want to explain a little bit my background. It's not my ego. I know everyone's saying bet Liam Ginsburg, my son, but I do want to, and I am a person, so I'd like to explain what I also do. So I've been an educator for nearly 20 years, the founder of several prominent after-school programs, 5 high-performing pre-K to 12 charter schools, and a graduate degree teaching residency. I regularly hire, train, and evaluate superintendents and principals. I serve on several education and economic development related advisory boards, including SUNY, Trinity College, the New York City Economic Development Corporation. A few years ago, I was named a top 40 under 40. I'm not under 40 anymore, unfortunately. And I've received the McSilver Award from NYU and the Urban Angel Award from New York Theological for my work in education and justice. I still work with students ranging from high schoolers in the 2nd grade recess and lunch that I covered today. I have coached more teams than I can count, including many of kids of the adults in this room. And I love sports, I love the arts. Mainly I just love working with kids, and I've dedicated my career to it. And particularly the last 20 years doing it in East Harlem, New York. I'm thinking about 2 things as I hear everyone talk. First of all, I just want to talk about the evidence of Pelham's excellence and Dr. Champ's excellence. So we can see it in our classrooms, on our sports fields, on our stages, in our studios, and throughout our community. The massive demand to move here and to attend our schools is clear, even while nearby district enrollments are in decline. Our college matriculation results appear to be, from what I can tell, some of the most impressive, if not the most impressive in years. And while studies across the country show that educators are fleeing from the profession, our staff seems to be much more stable, and educators do want to come and work here. We were talking about that before. Amidst the ups and downs of the last few years, Dr. Champ has put this work and our students first. She's remained faithful to the core values of the district. She's advanced the goals of our strategic plan. She's helped our young people as they strive to become their best possible selves. As you know, as board members, the vision, values, and skills of a community's lead educator deeply matters, and it says a lot to our young people. I think we're tremendously lucky to have Dr. Champ here in Pelham. And it's for that reason, but it's others I want to mention. I do think for that reason it would be good to extend our contract. I guess what I want to say, I guess I see it like a little differently than almost everyone who's spoken, in that I think in education it's like a talent war. Like, it's a war to get the best people to go in this. We've never seen declines like this of people going in education ever, at all levels. We just talked about our concern that we might not find a great person like maybe we used to for a senior role. It's really hard to find talented people. Many of you on this board know this, run schools know this, and it's only getting harder and harder. And as we go out and we try to find great teachers for the next generation, great staff for the next generation, why would I want to go to a place if I don't know what the leader's going to be and who's the leader going to be of those schools? 2 years might sound like a lot, but actually superintendency search processes can be up to 1 year, 2 years, sometimes more. And so just from a practical standpoint of like a talent war, I want to keep excellence. I want students to have excellence. I've heard so few people talk about the fact that we just want someone really strong to run the schools. Almost everyone who's been up here, even for people who have been against the extension, have even said, a lot of them have said they think Dr. Champ's good at her role, and they think that we're doing good things. I just don't get why we wouldn't want that for longer. I just don't understand it from a student perspective, not from the political, not from all the other things. It's a talent war, and if someone's excellent, I want to set that out in the future. People come to Pelham for many years. They don't send their kid for 2 years to school. They're signing up for many years into the future, right? I've got kids in elementary, middle, and high school. I'm not just thinking about the next 2 years. And I think when we go out to find staff, I want them to know the direction that we're going in. So I'm glad that we're extending. It's really common in a lot of places to have contracts come up not before the last minute. That's how you keep really good talent. Because last minute, people go, well, I guess I have to go somewhere else. So I just think from a practical standpoint, as an educator, as a parent, as someone who just actually literally cares about how students do, and especially right now with the uncertainty in the world, I just think this is a good practical move to try to keep the best talent we can in the schools. Thanks for listening.
Chris Caruso.
Good evening. My name is Chris Caruso. I live at 15 Chestnut Avenue. I have a rising senior, and my son graduated from Pelham Memorial High School last year. I've spent the last 25 years working in education and have extensive experience at district-level leadership work. And in my mind, the role of boards, the role of leaders, is to nurture other leaders. And in this district, during this past 24 months, where we've seen resignations, we've seen talent leaking from systems, not only school systems, private sector, restaurants, everywhere, we've been able to retain incredible principals and incredible teachers. And that's what makes this district incredibly special. I appreciated the conversation earlier in the meeting about the importance of the new assistant superintendent search and the diligence that the board members are thinking about how much time it's going to take to bring that person on board, how important it's going to be to find the right woman or man to lead that body of work. And I encourage you all to think about the same thing when it comes to our superintendent. How do we lock in our talent now? How do we continue the excellence that is Pelham Schools? Dr. Champ has done an incredible job at instilling confidence in teachers and leaders around this district. And the evidence is clear in our below average attrition rates. I've seen districts and schools be short principals and teachers. For anyone that works in education, you know how common that is right now. And the fact that we've had stability, the meaning that that has for our children, can you imagine the experiences that our children would have had over these past couple of years of interrupted education if there was continual teacher turnover or principal turnover? How much worse that would have been. So you all have the opportunity tonight to lock in talent and to demonstrate leadership, and I encourage you to do that.
Thank you. Is anybody else here for public comment? On any topic, I'll invite anybody. Thank you. Okay.
Controversies here. This is related to my son. He went to the dinner dance and was surprised that his friends were happy to see him. He's incredibly shy, has very, very few friends, and felt seen and heard, I think, for the first time, and felt like he mattered. And that was incredibly encouraging to me. He's an amazing kid. The other thing that he said just recently was the last day of school, he said they gave out a lot of certificates to the really good sports kids got certificates and scholarships. Yay for them. Great. We're happy for them. The really successful and really good students got really good certificates, and he said, I got nothing. And he said, I guess I'm not good enough. And that broke my heart because he's incredible and he's worked so, so hard. And so I was thinking, this is stupid and petty, I know, but whether there is a way to encourage every student, that every student gets a certificate for nonsense, like best behaved, best attendance. I remember when I went to school, I still have my certificates of silliness, best smile, but those I hold on to because they matter. I mattered to someone who saw me. So I was wondering if, on top of the excellence that we really talk about and really appreciate, if we can also appreciate kids who just really work really, really hard and might not be sport people or kids or, get the absolute best grades. But he has A's and B's, and I'm extremely proud of him. But I don't know if this is even for you guys. So just wondering if you can encourage more encouragement for kids.
Thank you.
The end.
Thank you. Okay, this brings us to section 6, which is financial reports and motions. I'm going to take 6.1 on its own. It's a motion to approve the varsity girls ice hockey merger for the 2022-2023 school year. You may not abstain. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments? Mr. Mazzaro, you have anything to add here?
It's been wonderful, and I'm speaking for my daughter, who was one of the founders of it 4 years ago. And it's just been wonderful for not only the girls, but also for the relationships that they've developed amongst each other from the many different schools that are involved. I'm only hoping that over time, more and more teams come about it, and we won't have to put these conglomerate teams together, but rather Pelham could field a team by itself, or any of the other neighboring towns, and I think that will happen over time. So it's wonderful that it was started a few years ago, and I'm hopeful that it continues to grow.
And I just want to say, as a former Pelham girls ice hockey player,
There you go.
I thank Eileen and the other players who got together to figure out a way to play. And there have been girls playing in the ice hockey program for a really long time, right? I'm evidence, I'm old. But there are players like Chandler Salamini who made a way, figured out a way and made it happen, and players like Eileen Mazzaro who did the same, So I also hope that someday we'll have another team again that will be able to field another all-girls ice hockey team, because that was one of the formative experiences of my life. I loved it, and I thank them for continuing it.
All good.
I also just want to say, having attended and sitting at the same table with you and Kathy at the Senior Sports Awards dinner, which has been such a great experience over the last couple of years, to hear her coach talk about Eileen's commitment to the program, and then to hear everybody sort of honor her as athlete of the year on the girls' side, it's really powerful.
No,
3 sports.
Yeah.
She was the only girl who played 3 sports. So it's your last meeting, so I'm going to rave about your child. So.
All good. Thank you.
I just want to know who they're going to play. Half the teams in Westchester are on this.
I know.
Who do they play?
Any questions or comments? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Next, I'm going to take 6.2 all on its own. It's a motion to approve a resolution to nominate Eileen Miller as a board member for the Board of Cooperative Education Services Sole Supervisory District of Westchester, South Westchester BOCES. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I just want to state some facts, because I know that there's some misinformation out there. There are 2 open seats on the BOCES board for 1-year interim appointments. We have our current president of the BOCES board is a former board member. There's a long history of Pelham being involved in BOCES service. A former board member, as we've just stated, Eileen Miller, is interested in the interim position, and before being formally appointed to something which she's already interviewed for, she has to be nominated by her home district's board. Sorry, I could use water by this point in the meeting. This is the item that we're voting on next. Are there any other questions or comments?
I'd like to make a comment as well. So, as everyone said, I'm the T crosser and I dotter here, being the head of the policy committee. So after being privy to some of the community conversation over this position and getting a very welcomed in-person call from a resident, we had an in-person conversation. She asked a question about the process, and so I followed up by calling the president of the BOCES board to have a conversation with her about the process. She assured me that, in fact, this is the way this has been done in the past, that, as Jessica said, there were 3 candidates who interviewed for the position in public meeting at the BOCES meeting. After the public meeting, a conversation was had in executive session to choose 2 of those 3 candidates, and now we are here to nominate Eileen Miller as a party who has been interviewed in the usual process of these appointments. And the reason that this is before us now is because BOCES has their annual reorg meeting on July 6th. So it's time to do this now.
I would just like to say something too. There's a tradition of Pelham School District board members going on to serve in BOCES. I can think of 3 or 4 that I served with. So this is an honor for the district, and I think that I don't know why people would want to do this, because I think it's a hell of a lot of work, and it's not like people are going to sing your accolades at the end of the day. So I salute you for signing up for that. But anyway.
So I'm sorry, I also wanted to say that having worked with Eileen during the overlap of our terms, and knowing a little bit about BOCES from my time on the PTA and also on the board and what they do, and the very valuable services they provide to our district and especially to special needs students around the county. Eileen is incredibly hardworking. She understands how school district business works, and if she doesn't know something, she'll ask a question. So I'm very proud that somebody from Pelham will be serving on this board.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Next, I'm going to take 6.3 on its own. It's a motion to approve employment agreement between the Pelham Union Free School District and the Superintendent of Schools. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, John. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Leah. So again, just to share some facts, it's a function of the board at the end of every year to complete a year-end evaluation of the superintendent to determine their compensation, along with the compensation of other unrepresented employees, and to consider any requests regarding the superintendent's contract. This all happens behind closed doors in executive session, as it's not privy to open meetings law. It is then publicly voted on in public, as we're doing tonight, and will be discussed if we want to. It is a transparent process. As board trustees, it is our fiduciary responsibility to make decisions in the best interest of the district and all of our students, separate and apart from any election cycle. While different from practices in business, it is common practice, as we've seen from a number of neighboring schools, of this happening where you extend a contract before it expires. Dr. Champ's contract has already been extended several times since she was first hired. So I just want to state those few facts before I open it up for any comments.
Well, one point of clarification, it actually isn't a contract extension as I now understand it. It's a rescinding of your current contract to nullify your existing contract, and now you're being awarded a new 4-year contract. So it's almost essentially the same as being rehired. So I think it's really important that it's not a contract extension. And Dr. Champ has 2 years remaining on her current contract. And in this case, it would actually alter the superintendent's term to cover the full tenure of the 3 incoming board members who will have no input, but certainly would have a vested interest in such an important decision regarding the superintendent. And the defense, as I understand it, was, well, they couldn't have input because historically trustee-elects had no participation in the selection of a superintendent. But as I now understand it, there actually has been in prior years, and maybe even including people on this board, that not only were trustee-elects attended executive session, but actually participated in the process of interviewing candidates. Is that's some of the feedback?
We've shared with people. Sue and I, when we were elected, when we were hiring Dr. Champ for the first time, engaged in over a 2-week process.
As a trustee-elect?
Yes, because we were hiring a new superintendent, and it was a 2-week process, and we didn't vote on it, but we were brought into it. And
that's great.
But listen, the other extensions, that I mentioned, happened every year, and with new board members coming on, and those board members were never privy to those discussions.
But it's important to note this is not an extension, so it's not a fact. This is not an extension.
Well, it's been every other time we've done it, so this is
Well, that's why
common
it's important for
practice.
people to understand why this is different. This is a rescinding of the existing contract. So the fact, I think it's actually a very good thing that as trustee-elects, the community thought it was important that you actually engaged in the process of interviewing candidates for the superintendent. It's a huge decision. I think that's a good thing. And so now knowing that, why would you have the opportunity to do that and not afford that same opportunity to the 3 trustees who, again, I'm sure that they're not coming in with some predetermined conclusion, nor did you, I'm sure, but it was a sign of respect and trust. And I think that's what we're hearing, that it's not an indictment on Dr. Champ, it's on the process of deliberately excluding people, now knowing that you actually played this role as trustee-elect.
No, I'm just saying it's a different process altogether to do the annual review. I literally will send people out of this room. This is our... Are you for real? Yes, I am for real. You are the problem on this board. Can you please leave?
Okay. I'm going to step in. Which is the role sometimes of the vice president, to step in if things get a little bit heated. That was not okay. I don't think anyone sitting up here feels like that was okay.
No.
I'm hoping that most people sitting in the audience agree. Thank you.
That's an embarrassment.
This is not
That's
that
unacceptable
kind
behavior.
of conversation. Ian, I am going to assume that your question was asked with respect, because
That-
I respect you and I know that you respect us.
No, absolutely.
Agreed.
I am genuinely,
And I
I'm
completely
genuinely
hear you.
actually, yeah, I'm genuinely.
We have not, Jess and I have not hidden the fact that we were part of Dr. Champ's interview process. I've been very upfront with people about that from the beginning. This was not the hiring of a new superintendent. This is the extension of a contract. I understand the legality in the terms that you're bringing up. I actually, I hear what you're saying about rescinding. That is certainly not the way we saw the process. I've also heard a lot of conversation about secrecy tonight. This was not done purposely behind closed doors. Executive session is privileged. The conversations that we had about review and contract are privileged conversations. So those happened before we had the opportunity to speak with even the newly elected members. I understand that can sometimes be the impression that after an election, everything should stop until the new board is sworn in. But that's really not the way it works with boards of education. And I see some former board members here, and I think that if you go back and you talk to former board members, they will tell you that it is common for business to continue, particularly around compensation and contract discussions, because we wrap everything up by the end of the year. So this is part of the school calendar year. Again, I understand that the impression can be different, but I do think that there is some misinformation in the community about when I heard the word secrecy, for example. That is not what happened here, and that is a conversation that I am more than willing to have with anyone one-on-one. I know that I was personally bashed on Facebook today. I'm not on Facebook myself, but I am reachable. My email is public. My phone number is public. I'd say most people know where I live. I am more than happy to have a conversation with anyone one-on-one. But I think what we're trying to say here is that there is work of the board that needs to continue up to the point where we swear in new board members. This was not personal. This was not political. I have not heard anybody stand up and say this is about Dr. Champ. So I agree, if this is not about Dr. Champ, let's be glad for the administration and the teachers that we have. We're a very lucky district, in my humble opinion.
I just want to add to that. This is so not unusual. I mean, we have extended Dr. Champ's contract, or rescinded and created a new contract, however you want to put it. It doesn't really matter. It's the same effect. 3 times. Oh, this will be the 3rd time. Two previous times. Once for a year and once for 3 years. So this is not the first time we've done this. And we did it for the same reasons then. It's because we wanted to ensure that we had Dr. Champ's services going forward, and that we could rely on her being our leader. So, there's nothing. I know people seem to be more upset by the fact that the new board members don't get to vote. Well, no, they don't get to vote because they're not board members yet. Okay, it's very simple. And when they are board members, they will get to vote. And it's not true to say that they won't have a voice in future considerations of Dr. Champ's contract, because I guarantee you, in 2 years' time, there's going to be a similar discussion, just like there was 2 years ago. So that's nonsense. And anybody who says that, but new board members will never get the chance to comment on Dr. Champ's performance, that's nonsense. They're going to comment every year. They're going to comment on her year-end evaluation. And in 2 years' time, I guarantee they'll have another conversation about contract extension. So let's be straight here, okay? Somebody's not happy because the new board members didn't get to vote on Dr. Champ's extension. Frankly, they don't know enough about the district or about what Dr. Champ's role is in the district to have to be able to have a meaningful input into that. So who are they going to listen to? This is upsetting to me because it assumes people are spreading through social media all sorts of crazy stories, all sorts of crazy nonsense. There's no intent here to, pull a Mitch McConnell, right? And I feel like we're in a Mitch McConnell moment. So, this board has a responsibility to do these things. We're going to do it. And the next board, do whatever they want. That's up to them. But to say that they have the right to vote on this is simply not correct. They don't have the right to come to an executive board meeting. That's something that's been extended by boards in the past, and I presume will be extended in the future. They were at our executive board meeting today, and we discussed some things which were probably fairly shocking to them. So, I think it's disingenuous to have this whole discussion because the new board members didn't get to vote. They can vote next time when they're actually board members. Thank you.
And just for clarification, I wasn't demanding that the incoming board members vote. I'm comparing it to a process in which trustee-elects participated in the interview process without a vote, but their position as trustee-elects was respected. And I think it's a genuine concern, and it's a very different process than what was communicated.
I think that process sounds similar to the process we were discussing earlier, which is when there's a new hire in the district, several different groups of stakeholders are convened in which Jess and Sue participated, and that's what's going to happen for the brand new position that we're interviewing for in a couple weeks. So that's what that process is. I don't see this as the same kind of process. I just wanted to speak to another bit of what I believe is misinformation regarding the conversation about the timing of the contract extension. When we first started talking about this, I was very surprised as well. I thought, why would we be talking about a contract extension when there's so much time left on it? But I now understand from learning about other districts that this is common practice in the world of superintendents, that contracts are often extended during the term. So somebody may have served 1 year of a 4-year contract and they ask for a renewal, and that is just the way that it works, which is very different than contracts work in the business world. So if there's the impression that this is something unusual going on that our board is trying to do, that is not the case.
But that being said, I have to be honest with you, being in business for 36 years, that's pretty much the world that I know. The world that I know is when I do contracts for my new employees, I don't go out further than 2 years. And I'll be honest with you, to go out 4 years is just unprecedented. I understand that you've got different worlds, but maybe I'm narrow-minded or whatever, but I believe that in my heart of hearts that 2 years is a sufficient amount of time for a contract, and I have all the faith that next year we're going to have a year even better than this year. I mean, looking at all those accomplishments that we had, I am blown away by them, because sometimes we forget all the different things we do. I have I believe that we're going to trump that list of accomplishments, and I think come next year, if a contract extension is requested, that it's going to be a no-brainer. Then if we can, come to the table and do what we intend to do or what the board intends to do. But again, narrow-minded or not, I believe that 2 years is a sufficient amount. That's the world I live in, the business world I live in, and 4 years is just unprecedented from my perspective.
Vinnie, didn't we vote on a 5-year contract for her, you and I, in her 3rd year?
I honestly, John, I don't recall that. If I did, I don't recall that.
We did.
I'll just say a few words, and it's a very difficult conversation, both because I feel like I'm so tired I'm about to slip out of my chair, but I also because I respect Dr. Champ very much, and I can't imagine having my employment contract discussed in public. It's a very difficult conversation. I do want to say to parents in the community that I want you to rest assured that no matter what happens tonight, moving forward, your board will stay focused on providing the best possible education for every student in Pelham and working collaboratively with our district leadership. To my fellow board members, I respect your commitment to the district and your combined decades of service and experience. I do respectfully disagree on proceeding with a 4-year contract at this time. I worry that putting the contract extension on the agenda tonight may create the appearance of shutting out the newly elected board members and contribute to controversy and division in the community. I try to make decisions based on evidence, and Pete Liasco stole a little bit of my thunder, but one piece of evidence that I wanted to discuss was the consideration of a legal decision in a similar matter from the Office of Counsel of the New York State Education Department, specifically Decision 13-143. I'll try to very briefly share the story with you. The setting is in 1993 in Eastport, Long Island. There had been a contested school board election. 2 current members were leaving the board and 2 new members were set to join. On June 25th of that year, similar time of year that we're in now, just prior to the new members joining, the current board met and approved a 3-year contract extension for the superintendent. Immediately after the new board members were seated, the legitimacy of the contract extension was challenged in court, leading to prolonged legal wrangling and strife. Ultimately, the Office of Counsel of the New York State Education Department, acting with the authority of the then Commissioner of Education, Thomas Sobel, rendered the following verdict that I'll quote. Although I am constrained to recognize the legality of the 11th hour contract extension voted by a bare majority of the former board in this matter, I do not endorse the wisdom of its action. The majority acted in a fundamentally anti-democratic manner in arrogating to itself authority over the superintendency for the maximum period allowed by law, although it knew it had lost its mandate in the election. In summary, the Commissioner of Education said that what the board did was technically legal, but he cautioned against other boards around the state taking similar action because it is not consistent with their principles of democratic governance. So, my fellow trustees, I urge you to heed the advice we have been given from the New York State Education Department. Let's table this matter for now and allow the newly elected board members who will be responsible for the stewardship of our district for the next 3 years to participate in this important decision. Finally, I again want to reassure parents in the community that no matter what happens tonight, moving forward, your board will stay focused on providing the best possible education for every student and working collaboratively with the district administration. I also want to again thank Leah, Vinnie, and John for your dedication, and I hope that I can count on your friendship and advice in the coming years. So at this time, I'd like to make a motion to table this matter until July.
We already have a motion on the table.
I'll ask the parliamentarian about how to handle that.
Pauline, can you clarify if we have a motion to approve something, and that's what we're discussing? We have to vote on that first, or how does that work? I can't hear you.
We have a motion on the table, and Michael would like to make a motion, another motion. Can you?
We have to,
We have to
I'm
deal
pretty
with this
sure
motion.
that we have to deal with a motion that's already
I
been
believe
opened,
Robert's rule says that a motion can be made at any time.
but not in the middle of a motion that's already been opened. So yes, a motion can be made at any time. It's my understanding, though, you can't motion when a motion is already open.
That we'll
I
have
could be
to-
wrong, but that seems to be what Pauline,
We have We deal with the motion that's on the floor.
okay, do you want
Yeah,
to
do I have a
just-
second?
I'm happy. I'll table
Fine,
this
go ahead.
motion.
Fine.
Well, that's fine. I'll take a second. Okay.
It's okay. Why don't we just do it? It's fine.
Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. So I'm going to take a motion again.
I think it's already a motion on the table.
I can go back to the motion that we already took.
I mean, if, to make it clean, you might as well just re-motion
Okay,
it.
that's what I was thinking I would do. Again, I'd like to take a motion to approve an employment agreement between the Pelham Union Free School District and the Superintendent of Schools.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Oh,
Aye.
I do have one thing to say.
Well, can I finish taking the vote on that motion that I just took?
I have a comment about that. I'd like to place an objection on the record that the meeting notice did not mention the contract. Community members emailed requesting that agenda and supporting documents be posted at least 24 hours in advance. The contract was not posted until this morning, and that may be contrary to open meeting law.
Okay, I'm going to still take the vote for right now, though.
Sure.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
no.
Okay. Anything else to add?
I think that's enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we've asked you multiple times that if you would like to speak, there was a public comment period. It's inappropriate to yell. We had a conversation about that multiple times. Can I ask, please, for the last time, I hope, please do not yell from the audience. Thank you.
All in favor? Aye.
We already did it.
We did.
Wait, what?
We already did it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. we're good.
Oh.
Yeah, we're
I
good.
thought we were taking a motion. I thought,
No, you got
I
it.
thought we were taking the motion, voting on the motion. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay.
Motions within motions.
Motion
Yeah,
within motions.
you threw me off.
Maybe
Okay.
we should take
So
a
we're
break
actually-
for a sec.
Hmm?
Do we take a
Yes,
bath-
I wouldn't mind a quick minute. break.
Sure.
Thank you.
5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
I'm just like, oh man.
Oh, how about that? Yeah. Okay, we are good to go. We realize how late the hour is, so we are going to keep moving. We are up to 6.4. I would like to take, oh no, I'm sorry, we are up to 6.4. Yes, okay, good, I was right. All right, we're up to 6.4, so I'd like to take 6.4 to 6.10 as a consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Right, any questions or comments? Jim, this is a number of things that you already ran through.
The other I didn't mention was that obviously there's a transfer here, and then just for board members and those that'll be new to the board, we also have transfers over the summer as part of the year-end closing process, and that's something that board members will see at year-end just as part of external audit closure, and that's every year.
Great. Any questions through 6.10? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Oh, any abstentions? No, okay. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to take 6.11 through, this is a very long list, so give me a minute. 6.24, I was actually just going to say that, 6.24. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Great. Any questions or Jim, comments on this, another very long list?
Again, these follow many of the items that I shared with the board earlier, and then we have an extension with our construction management firm, Triton Construction. Obviously, we were delayed because of pandemic and everything else. This just gets us to the finish line.
Okay, great. Any questions on 6.11 to 6.24? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any objections or any abstentions? Okay. Now, I would like to take 6.25 on its own. This is a motion to deny student transportation appeal 2021 to 2022, number 1. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any questions or comments?
Yeah, so this is a motion regarding a student who attends a private school, and the board currently has a policy regarding tuition payment for students who attend.
Transportation payment, right?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I know
Not
it's getting
tuition
late. I
payment,
know it's
sorry,
getting
it's
late.
getting very late. Transportation, covering the cost of transportation for out-of-district students. This, during my time on the board, is the first time that we've been listening, that we've heard any of these transportation appeals. In my tenure as policy chair, I think that it would be a good idea to take a look at this policy going forward. And that's what my comment is. I think
Okay.
it's time to review this policy.
Yeah, I would agree. So we will make a note that whoever is the chair of the policy committee next year will make sure that this is on the agenda.
I would also like to comment, these are always difficult things to decide. You know, there was a one time when Pelham was sending kids to private schools in taxis, limousines. It seems crazy, but that was the practice. And so this is probably an overreaction to that practice. But it's incredibly expensive. People should understand that. I think you said 52 students now who take bus transportation?
For next year, yes. That's our forecast.
For cost of almost $500,000, over $500,000.
Estimated slightly above.
Slightly above $500,000. That's a serious, that's a number of teachers, right? So, you know, there are a lot of tough stories with this, but we have to be diligent about the money here, and I'm sorry to say that's not always what people want to hear.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that when we do have a policy in place, we have to consistently enforce that policy. So I agree, it's a good idea to revisit it. I don't think it's been revisited in a few years, so it's clearly time. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any objections?
I'm going to abstain.
Any abstentions? Okay, one abstention, Ms. Tabaz. Okay. I'd like to take 6.26 on its own. This is a motion to deny student transportation appeal 2021 to 2022, number 2. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any
I'm gonna
abstentions?
I'm going to abstain again.
Okay. I'd like to take 6.27 on its own. Motion to deny student transportation appeal 2021 to 2022, number 3. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I'm going to abstain again.
Okay.
Leah, are you abstaining because of a concern of the implications of approving? Or-
I don't feel comfortable making a decision based on the policy as it is. This is the policy that's on the book, so we have to make a decision
Yeah.
with that policy.
Yeah.
I think it's time to take another look at this policy.
Yeah.
Okay, understood. All right, that brings us to section 7, policy.
And even to
sorry.
look into other options, like,
I think this whole area, we need to have a conversation about.
yeah.
I
Okay.
understand, from what I understand, this is an obligation that the state is obligating us, and I don't have, I think we need to talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah, New York is the only state that requires school districts to pay transportation costs for kids not in district, going to schools not in district. I mean, Ramapo as a whole, right, has a whole 10-year history of transportation for kids who are not in the district, who outnumber the kids who are in the district by a lot. So it's, you know, I wish we didn't have this, but we do, so.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. This is a tough issue, so let's make sure it's on the top of the list for the policy committee.
Sounds good. Which
Okay.
leads us to.
And there you go, policy queen.
Next year.
Yes.
I will not be here to talk about this next year.
Okay,
I mean, I'll be
but you
here,
are,
but-
yes, exactly. So you are on the hook
But
to
here I
talk
am.
about section 7, 2 policies, 7.1 and 7.2.
Okay, so we have 2 policies that are on, both for a first reading, and I'm going to take them out of order. The one that I would like to discuss first is 7.2, which is the hazing of students. This is an existing policy. The draft of this policy went to our attorney and did not come back to us today until noon, which is when Pauline put it on the agenda. So I wanted to open that up for discussion with everyone in full transparency, which seems to be the word of the evening, to see if people would like to discuss this evening. If you've had time to take a look at it, we can. And if you haven't had a time to take a look at it, you can talk about it next time.
Personally, I have not.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have not.
That is why I asked.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will leave this on the agenda for next time.
Okay.
So the other one, which hopefully you had time to look at, is 7.1. It's policy 5684, use of surveillance cameras in the district and on school buses. This is a policy that is new to us. It first came to us from the policy service. Michael and Jess and Cheryl can attest, and Jim, and Steve and Rosemary can all attest to the fact that we have been talking about this policy for a very long time. It's been seen by our attorney many, many times. And it is before you today for a first reading. It's a policy, and it also is 2 notice provisions. Excuse me, one notice provision is to, the first notice provision that is attached would go on a permission slip or what used to be called the green form, an athletic form, to alert parents that there may be cameras on school buses, and those cameras may be making audio and video recordings of their kids, and that the district may use those recordings. A time when those recordings may be necessary would be if there was an incident on the bus and the district needed to have an understanding of what happened, if a student was hurt or if a student was bullied, and those kind of things have happened. So our attorney advised us to have parents aware that there may be cameras on the bus. So the first notice is, as I said, for a permission slip or a green form. The second one would be printed by the district in the summer mailings or handbooks. So it's a little bit of a longer notice. And then, similar languages in the policy. Does anybody have any questions?
All makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. It seems necessary. I'm sure we're legally bound, but I'm actually quite glad we have notices, because I think that would be a very difficult situation if we didn't, so.
So this is for buses that we run for students taking them to other schools?
Yep.
But not for buses, yeah? Is it for sports buses?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
every.
Any bus that we run in the district it could apply to. So it also applies to the video cameras that we have in the schools.
You
The ones
probably
in the
said this, and
not-
I'm
not-
so sorry. Oh,
Go
sorry, go ahead. No.
Not audio, there are no audio recordings in the school buildings. There are video cameras, but part of this policy also discusses the video cameras. Sue, did you have a question?
I'm sure you said this.
But I'm too tired to answer,
It's
probably.
late. This is a required policy?
I don't believe that it is a required policy. It is a new policy, and we were advised by the Policy Service Committee to focus on new and required policies.
Okay, thank you. So this is a first reading, so obviously we'll have 2 more readings
Through the summer.
with the new board members joining for
The
those
last
readings.
reading.
Yes.
It's the last policy.
Yes. Okay, so no action is needed on Section 7. So Section 8 is Superintendent's Personnel Recommendations. I'd like to take 8.1 to 8.6 as a consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from Dr. Garcia?
We are hiring some wonderful new staff, and we also have our staff for the summer, for our summer programs, which are embedded in this, and also just an amendment to one of the new assistant PPS. We should have been 3-year probationary, not 4-year probationary, so that is just
So
the
that's a
change.
correction,
That
right.
is a correction.
Okay.
So also, Dr. Garcia's new role is on this list, and I just wanted to say congratulations. I've enjoyed working with you during the time I've been here. You've had some incredibly creative ideas to share. I'm sure you'll continue with those ideas, so thank you.
Thank you.
We're
Good
voting
luck.
for you.
Congratulations. Yeah. I guess so.
On the new adventure, congratulations.
New
on the-
adventure. Can I just say one, I'm very appreciative of the 9 years I've had in that role, assistant superintendent. It's been the best of my career, and I'm looking forward to the new role. It's an extension of basically what I've been working on anyway, but it's such an important experience for me to kind of, I think, work with the past many years with the board, and the community has been very supportive. But, it's a tough decision, tough choice, but to be honest with you, this is such a wonderful place to work. And we have a very supportive community, and looking at how, we're bringing in the best and the brightest and the leaders, the future, and for the next generation, this district is where I'm going to spend a lot of the time. I've been doing that in different capacities, but still, this is really exciting for me, and I just want to thank everyone for this opportunity.
We're excited to have you in the role. Thank you.
Hire some good people.
And a lot of them.
I shall.
Yes.
Lots of them.
A lot of them.
One of his specialties.
Great.
I know.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any objections? Any abstentions?
Nope.
Okay. We do have a Schedule D tonight. 9.1, do I have a motion to approve Schedule D?
So moved.
Second?
Great, any questions? Rosemary, probably a good opportunity to thank you again.
Absolutely.
Hopefully those flowers will make it after being out of water for so many hours.
Very excited.
Thank you.
Where's your next interim posting?
Oh, my next job is going to be an 11-month-old.
Good for you.
Tomorrow morning, I'm on the job.
Perfect.
Good for you.
The pay's not very good.
Lots of
though.
coffee.
Thank you for
But
everything.
lots of hugs, hopefully.
Adorable.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any objections?
Nope.
Any abstentions? We moved 11.1, communications and comments from the public, up to the top. However, given there are still a few people here, is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. And, oh, I'm sorry, I totally skipped new business. Sorry. 10.1 is new business. Does anyone have any new business? I really hope the answer is no.
Madam
But if
Vice
it's not no,
President?
that's okay. And new business is, yeah.
I may be jumping the
Oh.
gun here.
No.
Gun.
You're now jumping the gun.
Madam Vice President, would you entertain a motion to adjourn?
Yes, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any objections?
Aye, aye, aye.
Any abstentions? Thank you all. It was a long night. Thank you.